Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by Bell Tire. It is a warm, humid night for baseball tonight. The scene will shift from Detroit to Cincinnati. We welcome you to Great American Ballpark. We're in Cincy tonight. Game one of this two-game series featuring the Tigers and the Reds. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario Pemba, Ron Allen, glad to have you with us here for Game 1 of the series. If you love pitching, man, we have a special treat for you here tonight. David Price, Johnny Cueto going at it, Rod, and these are two of the best in all of baseball. We'll start with David Price. His last two starts have been awfully special for the Tigers.
You know, one of the things that David Price has started to do, he has really started to move that fastball around with outstanding control, as he has done in his last couple of starts. The fastball has been in the mid-90s in the first inning, and it has been in the mid-90s in the ninth inning. He is 2-0 in his last two with 19 strikeouts, only 2 base on balls, and the whip is under 1. Something else that David Price has started to do a whole lot more of these days, and it's one of the reasons why he has been so effective. He is starting to use that curveball a whole lot more, and he's starting to get really comfortable with it.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, what about Johnny Cueto? He's been awfully good, one of the best pitchers over the years in the National League. Free agent at the end of the season, but Johnny Cueto having another typical Johnny Cueto type season.
Well, he's legit. I mean, he's got a fastball that gets all the way up to 96 miles an hour, average heater about 93. He'll cut it, he'll sink it. He's got a plus changeup. He loves to throw the changeup to the right-handed hitters. You see what he's done this year, 4-4 with a 2.85. They are not scoring runs for Cueto when he's on the mound. Let's hope that trend continues tonight.
Not to mention the best hair in all of baseball as well.
You like those dreads?
Yeah, I love the dreads. Now, in case you're wondering if we have two really good pitchers, how are you going to manufacture runs sometimes? They might be at a premium tonight. We've got two of the best base stealers in the game. They might be involved in this contest, Ghost and Hamilton.
Well, Billy Hamilton is absolutely fearless. As a matter of fact, he stole 5 bases in a game just a couple of days ago against the Chicago Cubs. He has 31 this season. The Reds paced the majors in steals with 66. So in a game where you have really good pitchers, it might be a one-run game, and we'll see which one of these guys is more fearless here tonight. Will it be Hamilton, or it will be the Tigers' Anthony Ghost? Ghost has 11 steals on the year, and I just love the way that Ghost has played overall, leading off for the Tigers the majority of the season. This should be a really good baseball game. I'm looking forward to watching these two teams play tonight.
Should be a lot of fun. After a short break, we'll send you back at the Call Sam Studios. Check in with John Keating. But coming up in this one here tonight, Tigers have broken out a new weaponry sleeve. It's called the McCannon. James McCann has thrown out 50% of would-be base stealers. Stay with us. Tigers Reds next. Cincinnati. The Tigers starting lineup tonight is presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. And for the Tigers, Anthony Gose will lead it off. He'll be followed by Ian Kinsler and Miguel Cabrera. Yoenis Cespedes batting cleanup, a 10-game hitting streak right now for Cespedes. JD is in right field. Castellanos at third. Bottom three, McCann, Iglesias, and David Price batting here in the National League Park. And they will face the right-hander Johnny Cueto.
Hey, Johnny Cueto's got some outstanding stuff. 82 strikeouts on the season. He's only walked 14, so he's always around the dish. The opponents are hitting only 214 against him. He's got a fastball that will top out at 96. He'll cut it, he'll sink it, and he's got a plus changeup. Let's take a look at the Cincinnati Reds starting defense. It is brought to you by Tim Horton. 31 team errors this season, which is the fourth fewest in the National League. So they're catching the baseball very well this year, but beyond that, they have not done very well as a team.
Anthony Gose getting set to lead things off, and before he does tonight, we'll tell you that the Reds are coming into play here in this ball game with a record of 29-35, and the Tigers at 34-31. Here are the field conditions tonight, presented by East Hardware and the Scotts Company. 79 degrees at game time, humidity 67%. So here is Gose now, who will step in against Johnny Cueto. Anthony trying to get it started for the Tigers, and for Gose, he's had a little bit of a resurgence of late. He went through it a bit at the start of the month of June, and now batting .287, 3 for 8 in the series that they just played at Comerica Park. So with the scene shifting to Cincinnati tonight, first pitch of the ball game to Gose. 1 ball and no strikes. Kinsler and then Cabrera to follow. Cueto whirls it home and misses inside, 2-0. A couple of stolen bases as well for Gose in that series in Detroit against Cincinnati. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And it's a strike called on Gose, 2-1.
That's where Cueto will sit most of the night, right around 91, with outstanding control and command. But he can reach back to get 96 whenever he wants to.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. He checked it foul back at the screen, and the count goes 2-2.
Something else that Cueto will do quite a bit of here tonight, only because he really hasn't seen a lot of these Tigers hitters. He will quick pitch a lot of the Tigers. We've watched the first couple of deliveries where it kind of looks like Anibal Sanchez. He turns his back to the hitter, but he will also use a quick pitch like that.
A little chopper back toward the mound. Cueto has to hurry, and he does. And Gose is out number 1.
So already in the very first inning, the very first batter of the game, he elects to go to the quick pitch.
Looks like the normal windup, but then all of a sudden the ball is right on you. And job 1 is done now for Cueto, keeping the leadoff man off the bases. Here's Ian Kinsler batting .272 with 1 home run. He's knocked in 26 this year. Ian looks at a ball up and in off speed pitch. 1 ball, no strikes on Kinsler. Is popped up foul and back into the seats. It's been a season in which the power numbers have been down for Ian. Still only 1 home run this season. Last year he hit a total of 17. This might be one of those ballparks where he might be able to break out in that respect. Here's the 1-1 pitch. 1-2 as Tim Timmons goes up with the right hand.
Yeah, only 2 ballparks in the major leagues give up more home runs than Great American Ballpark. That would be Miller Park, where the Houston Astros play, and also the New York Yankees.
Here's the 1-2. Ripped foul down the left field line.
I said Houston, but it's where Miller Park in Milwaukee.
Here you go. 2.63 home runs per game, which is 3rd. Camden Yards also on that list. We've seen balls fly out of there. There's a ball outside, and the count now goes 2-2 on Ian Kinsler. Waiting on deck, Miguel Cabrera. Tigers and Reds split the 2-game series in Detroit. Cueto with the 2-2. That is pulled down the left field line, but foul. Back to the seats, it rattles.
Something else that Cueto will do quite a bit of here tonight, he will throw the changeup to the right-handed batters. He is not afraid to fade the changeup down and into the righties.
Ryan Pena flashing the signs tonight for the Reds. Now Cueto again with the 2-2. Missed it outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Cueto is 29 years old, born in San Pedro de Macorís. He stands only 5'11", 221. And the 3-2 is hammered toward the gap in left center field. That ball is going to be caught on a dive. No, he dropped it. Kinsler is on his way to second. He'll pulled in with a double and nearly a spectacular play by Billy Hamilton.
Hamilton has world-class speed in center field. It looked like the ball may have been in the glove, and when his body hit the ground, the ball just simply was jarred from the glove when the glove made contact with the grass. Didn't necessarily take the best route to get there either.
Hamilton very nearly made that play, and instead the Tigers now have a man in scoring position for Miguel Cabrera.
First time these two have ever met, Johnny Cueto and Miguel Cabrera. When Cueto got to the big leagues, Miggy was already playing for the Detroit Tigers.
He's been on base in 32 of his last 33 games. You see the numbers across the board are spectacular right now. 345 for Cabrera, leads the American League. Now time is called by the catcher Pena. He wants to reshuffle the signals. Not on the same page now with Cueto. They just had a visit.
See Phillips, the second baseman, not playing Miggy nearly up the middle as much as he was yesterday in the very first inning when Miggy got a base hit and drove in a run.
Cabrera had a hit, fouled it straight back, 0-1.
He is overshifting Miggy a little bit, but not nearly as much as yesterday.
Premier matchup here. One of the best National League pitchers against perhaps the best hitter in the game right now. Here's the 0-1. The foul straight back. 0-2 on Cabrera.
Back-to-back four-seam fastballs thrown to Miguel Cabrera by Cueto at 93 miles an hour. And Brian Pena, the catcher, was set up inside, and that ball leaked right back over the middle, but Cueto got away with it.
Cueto ready with the 0-2. Get back into the seats. Cueto has been tough to beat at home this year. In fact, his ERA is 1.25 here in Cincinnati. That is the best home ERA in the National League.
That gives you an idea really of just how good he is, because this is a hitter-friendly ballpark.
No doubt.
Ball flies in this ballpark.
You would think these splits would be reversed, but he's over 4 on the road. Swing and a miss, and he got Cabrera. Round 1 of that battle goes to Cueto. 2 gone.
3 straight fastballs thrown to Miguel, all at 93. He sped Miggy's bat up, and then he threw him a slider that was located beautifully down and away. Unhittable pitch.
First strikeout of the game for Cueto. That'll bring up Yoenis Cespedes, who has been red hot in the 4 slot for the Tigers. He sits safely now in 10 consecutive games. And his average at 309 for the season. Fouled away, 0-1. Cespedes on the recent homestand hit 385. But it's been the month of June that really has stood out for Cespedes. 417, which is the highest in the American League this month. And his teammate Miguel not too far behind him. That'll miss inside. Tigers trying to get a 2-out run here. Kinsler doubled with 1 out. .35 driven in this year for Cespedes. Here's the 1-1. It'll be interesting to see where Cueto ends up. Certainly there's a lot of talk, Rob, that he might be traded before the deadline, and whoever picks up Cueto, if indeed he is traded, will really have only the second half of this season for sure, and they would have to worry about signing him next year.
Yeah, because he's going to hit the free agent market. He's come too far to turn back now, unless whoever does make a deal for him, they want to try to lock him up and pay him exactly what he would get on the free agent market.
Another foul back out of play.
There are many people that believe that the Cincinnati Reds probably should have traded him in the offseason. You don't usually get as much at the trade deadline as you would get for a guy in the offseason, because really that team that trades for him, at least they have him for the entire year, and he's just not a rental player for the last 2 months of the season.
And that was the case last year when the Tigers traded for his opponent tonight, David Price. They had this full season of his services.
Yeah.
And so his value was a little bit higher last trading deadline.
A lot of scouts here. A lot of scouts right behind home plate, and they've been watching every last one of Cueto starts. And tomorrow night there will not be that many scouts here, but there's a ton here right now.
And they're busy taking notes, pointing radar guns.
And these are the most important scouts that most organizations have. They're best scouts.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Cespedes is retired. Cueto pitching around the 1-out double. He has a pair of strikeouts. And they will face David Price, who is presented tonight by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Yeah, David Price, in his prior 13 starts, the Tigers have won 11 of those games. He checks in with a respectable earned run average, to shade under 2.5, 82 punch-outs, and for the very talented left-handed starter.
Here's the starting lineup for the Reds, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. They have Phillips, DeJesus, and Frazier in their top 3 spots. A couple of homers last night for Frazier. Bruce and Wright, Pena the catcher, Dominguez at first base tonight. They've got Suarez. Cueto is batting 8th, and Billy Hamilton batting 9th. Here come the Reds now, facing David Price. It'll be Phillips to lead things off for Cincy.
Expect the Reds to be very aggressive here tonight against David Price. They know his MO. They know that he likes to attack the strike zone with a lot of first pitch fastballs.
Brandon Phillips, a couple of singles in last night's game, looks at the first pitch outside, 1-0. 300 batting average for Brandon Phillips. 3 homers this year. He's fouled back out of play, and the count goes 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers this year are 11-2 in Price's starts. And David, of course, has the back-to-back complete games, going for his third in a row tonight. Line towards second and caught there by Kinsler. 1 out. Phillips made a bid the other way.
Take a look at the Tigers starting defense presented by Beaumont Health System. You speak of Ian Kinsler after making a very nice play off the bat of Brandon Phillips. Well, he's turned 22 double plays this year, actually started 22 of them, and that leads the American League.
One away, and here is the number 2 hitter, Ivan DeJesus Jr. Played in last night's game, had a base hit. Takes ball 1 high from Price. The rookie has hit safely in his last 6 consecutive ball games. A solid .280 batting average in just 8 games at the major league level. Was called up from AAA. That's in there for a strike. 1-1.
He's an infielder by trade, but they have him playing in the outfield these days. He also started in left field in Detroit last night.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Lifted back out of play. 1-2 on DeJesus.
And Price missed with his location. And James McCann wanted that fastball inside, and David didn't get it to where he needed to get it to, but the pitch was at 95 miles an hour, so he got away with it.
Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Price, of course, was acquired by the Tigers at the trading deadline last year. They got him from the Rays. Bruce Smiley was involved in that trade. Of course, the Tigers gave up a prospect by the name of Willie Adames as well. Davis, with the injury to Verlander this year, turning into the ace early on this season. Swing and a miss. David Price has his first strikeout. 2 gone. Which brings us to our Bernstein advantage, and David certainly has had the Bernstein advantage in his last 2 starts. I mean, these numbers are about as good as they get.
And the strikeouts are starting to go up. 8 strikeouts against the Chicago White Sox a couple of starts ago, and then he backed that up with 11 of those, 11 against the White Sox, 8 against Cleveland.
Yeah, the strikeout per 9 is starting to rise a little bit as compared to what it was in April for Price.
Yeah, brought this up a little bit when we did our open at the top of the show. He's starting to throw a lot more curveballs. It's been a really good pitch for him lately.
We'll bring up Frazier, who homered twice in the ball game last night. And we'll give him 20 for the year now. Todd Frazier batting .293.
And surprisingly, of the 20 home runs he's hit this year, 15 have been solo shots.
Waiting on the 0-1 from Price. He's down 0-2.
Real nice change piece there thrown to Frazier, fading down and away from him with outstanding arm speed. If you're Frazier, you see arm speed and you're thinking 95 miles an hour, and all of a sudden that pitch floats up there at 85 miles an hour.
But outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
If you watch enough of Price's starts, you'll quickly come to the realization that with 2 strikes, he tries to put you away in a hurry with his fastball. He doesn't mess around.
Which is probably one of the reasons why we see him hanging around in the 8th and 9th innings more times than not.
Well, the 93 pitches that he needed in his last outing to pitch that complete game shutout were the fewest been thrown by a Tigers starter in about 5 years. You got to go all the way back to that near perfect game where Armando Galarraga threw 88 pitches in that complete game. So 93 pitches in a complete game is awfully special.
Jay Bruce waiting on deck. Should Frazier reach? Swing and a miss to strike him out, and David Price has a very impressive first inning. 2 punch-outs will go to the second in Cincinnati. Bank, raise your expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica. Jeep, come discover great deals during the Jeep Drive and Discover event. And by Rainier Fruit Company, experience exceptional, fresh, flavorful Northwest cherries. Back here in Cincinnati, where it was pouring before the game began tonight. It was a really quick rainstorm that blew through the area, but right now just a little warm, humid, cloudy, and overcast. And Johnny Cueto goes back to work. J.D. Martinez stands in, looks at strike one from Cueto. It'll be Martinez, Castellanos, and McCann in the Tigers starting lineup right now in the second. They had a double in the first but could not score. That's fouled back out of play quickly. 0-2.
And both Price and Cueto have impeccable command. And you're going to have to hit your way on here tonight. There's not going to be many free passes.
There's a quick pitch by Cueto, and it's hit high in the air to right, hit deep. Backing up Bruce to the track, to the wall. He'll make the catch up against the wall.
That swing by J.D. Martinez and how far that ball traveled to the base of the wall gives you an idea of really how easy it is to hit home runs in this ballpark and how far the ball travels even when you don't get it very well. That's a simple pop-up that nearly carried out of the ballpark.
One out here in the second. We'll bring him Nick Castellanos. Castellanos looks at a strike.
A cut fastball at about 84 miles an hour. He can really thread the needle with it.
Bouncing ball left side. Short hop there by Frazier. Castellanos is out. 2 gone. Well, in tonight's game, we are participating in the Home Run Challenge. Every Tigers home run tonight raises $12,500 for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge by going online to thehomerunchallenge.org. 2 up, 2 down. Here is James McCann. McCann at .259, couple of home runs. Drop in a breaking ball for a strike. 0-1. We're talking about the control of Cueto. He has walked only 2 batters this entire month. The 0-1 pitch. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He gives you a lot of different looks while he's on that mound. That last pitch that he threw to McCann, he really was deliberate in his turnaround with the body.
Tried to hold up, couldn't do it though.
It's almost like he's just having fun out there, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, even when he warms up.
Look how long he stays in the turn here. And then the very next pitch is a quick pitch.
Like that. And it's pulled foul. You remember seeing guys when you played that would do that, would have a little bit of something different on every delivery?
No. I've never seen anybody like this, to be perfectly honest with you, not do it as much as he has done it. There may be an occasion where, you know, like for instance, Alfredo Simon, the Ephus pitch.
Sure.
He'll do it 2-3 times a game. He's already used this real quick delivery at least 10 times today.
And he's gotten McCann looking. Didn't like that call. Cueto now has 3 strikeouts, so 1-2-3 second.
The speed of the Cincinnati Reds. They paced the majors with 66 steals, but they have not been successful against James McCann. He got Joey Votto a couple of nights ago, a strike to Ian Kinsler right on the bag, and then he got the fastest, at least one of the fastest players in all of baseball in Billy Hamilton in last night's game. Another perfect throw right to Ian Kinsler.
Talked to Brad Ausmus today about McCann. Of course, Brad caught for 18 seasons. As you look at McCann's numbers, and I asked what was most impressive about him. Is it the footwork, the release, the arm? There's a drive down the right field line. That is a fair ball. It's going to go to the corner. Bruce on his way to second base, and he'll pulled in with a leadoff double. It'll be the first hit of the ball game for Cincinnati.
Jay Bruce, the only left-hander in the lineup tonight for Brian Price against David Price. And he's hit a lot of home runs against left-handers. It's the reason why he's in the game. That ball right off the foul line.
Yeah, Joey Votto not in their starting lineup tonight.
Yeah, that's the kind of treatment that Randy Johnson used to get. Votto clearly their best hitter, but yet getting the night off against the left-hander.
Anyway, finishing that thought on McCann, Brad says the most impressive thing to him is his arm strength. And yes, he has good footwork and a quick release, but you really can make up with some bad footwork or maybe not the greatest release with that strong arm. And McCann certainly has showed off that this year. Pena is up there now for the leadoff double, and that's sprayed foul. So trying to go the other way, and he's concerned that everybody's okay in the seats. That right there tells you all you need to know about Brian Pena. When he was with the Tigers, one of the nicest guys that the Tigers had in their clubhouse, and he's showing some concern right now for the fan in the seats.
Yeah, he's good people.
Pena batting .288. 0 for 3 with a sacrifice in last night's game in Detroit. That's a strike on the inside part of the plate, and now Pena is behind 0-2. Brian may be muttering a little bit at home plate. Didn't appreciate that call.
And we told you that Price, and once he's gotten 2 strikes on you, the majority of the time he likes to come right back with a well-located mid-90s fastball. We'll see what he does here to Brian Pena.
Sliced right back up the middle into center field, base hit. Ghost gets to it quickly. That will advance the runner to third. Jay Bruce, and now something going here for Cincinnati.
Hey, not a good pitch by Price. He was able to get ahead of Brian Pena with 2 strikes on both on fastballs, and then he came back with an 0-2 changeup, and he made a mistake with the changeup. He left the changeup up. It sped the bat up of Brian Pena, and hit a missile over the head of Ian Kinsler. David would like to have this one back.
So not only does Pena advance the runner, but he reaches as well. Nobody out for Chris Dominguez. Back-to-back hits here in the second. Dominguez batting .250. Doubled in the ball game last night, finishing 1 for 4. And he'll take strike 1. One home run, 1 RBI this year for Dominguez. Had himself a big double in the 9th inning off Jabba Chamberlain last night. That ball that was hit down the third base line that hit the bag. He would come around to score a big insurance run. Swing and a miss. 95 from Price, and the count is 0-2. Dominguez up from Louisville, their AAA team on Thursday. And he swings and strikes out. Price comes back with a strikeout.
Much better 0-2 pitch than the previous batter, Brian Pena. He wasn't messing around with Dominguez. It's a good 4-seam fastball in the mid-90s. Up in the strike zone.
Kind of reminds me, Rod, of what we used to say about Justin Verlander. When he had guys on bases, he had the ability to just say, all right, here we go.
Yep.
And start throwing it by people.
And strand that runner at third.
Here is the former Tiger, Eugenio Suarez.
And now all you need is a ground ball here to get out of this.
Suarez batting .158, was also called up from AAA. Fouled back out of play 0-1.
Cincinnati Reds have had a lot of injuries this year. Therefore, they've had to dip down to the minor leagues quite a bit.
Suarez has knocked in 3. Down in Louisville this year, he hit 8 home runs. We saw some power early in the career of Suarez when he first came up with the Tigers.
Yeah, he's got a little sock in his bat.
The 0-1.
You have to love the fact that Price is not afraid to throw that fastball inside. And he just doesn't throw it off the plate. He'll throw it on the inside corner for a strike.
Now time called by Suarez. Inning started with a double by Bruce off the chalk line down the right field line, then a single by Pena. 1 out later, it's Suarez. Here's the 1-1. It's a squeeze, and it's butted fair. Price has only one play, and he'll throw the runner out at first, and Bruce comes in to score the game's first run.
That is a beautiful call by Brian Price, the manager of the Cincinnati Reds, looking like David Price was going to get out of this jam. So he put the squeeze play on, and it's worked to perfection by Suarez and Bruce. Bruce did not take off until the ball was let go. Tough pitch to bunt, but he got it down to Suarez, and they scored the first run of the contest. Beautifully executed.
You could just sense that Price was kind of working his way out of this inning. Really good call there by Price.
For sure.
Brian Price, the skipper of the Reds. Here's Johnny Cueto now batting in the 8th spot in their lineup. So it's 1-0 Cincinnati. Suarez able to get it done. Cueto looks at a ball low. Cueto pretty good as a hitter in terms of what pitchers normally do. He's batting .238 this year. He's 5 for 21.
That's like .330 for a regular player.
However, if you go deeper into his numbers, his career batting average, you're already coming in with the is 101. He's got a runner at second here with 2 outs. Cueto has himself a nice healthy cut. 1 ball, 1 strike. David Price has been itching to bat in a ball game. We told the story about how he's always sitting in the dugout with the shin guard on in case he's needed to pinch hit, which of course never happens.
He always writes his name in the lineup card.
Right.
I'm ready in the bullpen. I'm also ready as a pinch hitter.
There's a strike call.
And Osmus finds that quite comical.
David will actually write his name
Yeah.
among the bullpen names on the score sheet or the lineup card.
And where the pinch hitters are too.
Right. It is really funny. That's part of his charm and part of the reason why guys love him so much.
He's a great teammate.
Pena, the runner at second. The Reds have scored a run here in the bottom of the second. Here's the 1-2. Chopper hits slowly towards second. Kinsler has it, and he'll throw him out. So the Reds settle for a run. You're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire. Lead. MGM Grand Detroit brings you the scouting report on Johnny Cueto, and here's some interesting numbers when putting the first pitch in play. Opponents are batting 319, but boy, when the count gets 0-1, look out.
Yeah, he's got an assortment of different pitches. Once he gets ahead of you, he'll use the cutter. He'll also quick pitch you. We've well documented that. He's thrown some really good sliders, and he has a well above average changeup that he throws an equal amount of time to the right-handers and the left-handed batters.
Reds got a run on the double by Bruce, and with 2 outs, they got him to third base. A squeeze scored him. And now here is Iglesias, Price, and then Anthony goes.
A small ball played by the Cincinnati Reds here in the second inning.
Iglesias at 337 this year. We'll try and get it started here in the top of the third.
Iglesias is one of those guys that likes to swing at the first pitch. And if he doesn't get that first pitch fastball, he really has been able to work a lot of really nice counts into his favor.
Ball 1 to Jose Iglesias, whose 6-game hitting streak came to an end in last night's ball game. Yet he still had a really good homestand. 381 for the Tigers offensively. Cueto is 1-0. 2-0 on Iglesias. Cueto a 1-2-3 second. He has now retired 5 straight, and he has 3 strikeouts tonight. That's it for a strike, 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now on Iglesias. Cueto for his career has done really well in interleague play. He's 13-6 against the American League with an ERA about 2.5.
Which means if there's an American League team out there wondering whether his stuff would translate over to the American League, it would be no problem for Cueto.
Yeah, that's a good point. 2.63 versus the American League.
And there are some general managers in the American League that wonder that guys that have a lot of success in the National League and with the DH in the American League, would they still be as good? You don't have that problem with guys leaving the American League going to the National League. And guys like Scherzer, they still are dominant.
Bouncer back up the middle, ranging left is Suarez. Iglesias is out, 1 away. Hey fans, stay tuned to Tigers Live. Following the game, we'll select our Fox Sports Detroit Tigers player of the game, presented by McDonald's Big Mac and 10-piece McNuggets. Well, here is David Price now with 1 out. David this year as a batter is 0 for 3. In his career, you're looking at the numbers right there, 2 for 31. In there, strike 1.
Yeah, but he looks the part, though, doesn't he?
He does. And when you watch him in batting practice, he's about a 400 hitter, I think.
He's got the batting gloves, you know what I mean? He's got the shin protected.
There's a dribbler to third. Price running hard, and he just is nipped at the wire for the out.
Don't hurt yourself, young man.
Well, we kind of chuckle every time we see that, but boy, you hate seeing a pitcher exert this much energy. Price was smelling hit.
Yeah, he tried to get it. And Frazier came in, took his time, and made a real nice play knowing that Price was running. I think he ran out of that shin guard.
He did. He needs some help in actually putting that thing on the correct way, I think. 2 gone. Anthony goes taking his time, strolling to the plate, trying to give Price as much time as he can to catch his breath.
He may as well take a pitch, too, and to give David a little extra time.
And he was standing in the on-deck circle until Tim Timmons finally said, we need you to step to the plate here. He's swinging away, and lines one to center field. Straight at Hamilton, and a 1-2-3 inning for Johnny Cueto. We will go to the bottom of the third, still 1-0 Reds.
baseball as we speak. He's already swiped 31 of the 66 bags his team has stolen, and they paced the majors in steals. Just a couple of nights ago in Chicago, he stole 5 bases. 3 of those when John Lester was on the mound.
Hamilton with 31 steals is ahead of Deke Gordon, who's second on that list, Altuve and Polanco.
He was caught for the 5th time. However, last night, Billy Hamilton, when James McCann threw a perfect strike down to second base, and Ian Kinsler was on the receiving end to apply the tag to Hamilton. You know, one of the things that we talked about at the top of the show today, that runs would be at a premium, and we might see the speed game come into play. We highlighted Ghost, and we also highlighted Hamilton, but we left the squeeze play out. How did we do that?
I don't know. And it's a big part, I think, of games where you've got 2 guys like Price and Cueto, and you need to scratch out a run, and it could be the difference. We forgot about it, though. And they executed it beautifully. Hamilton batting .221. He's hit 3 homers. Very slight build, but he can hit the ball out of the ballpark. 1 for 7 in the 2 games in Detroit. He also had an RBI. The 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike on Hamilton.
If you weren't with us last night, we told you that Billy is contemplating scrapping batting left-handed. He's doing better right-handed this year than left-handed, and he's thinking about moving forward, just batting right-handed.
The 1-1. Is that usually an organizational decision, or is that pretty much up to the player?
I think initially the player might take it to the organization, but in this case, the Cincinnati Reds, they have told Billy, and we're behind you 100%, and we want you to continue to switch hits, so we'll just work through any of the issues that you've been having batting left-handed.
Just got a piece, and the count now goes 2 balls, 2 strikes on Hamilton.
Just after watching him for the first 3 games of this series, he takes a much better swing batting right-handed.
It is pretty noticeable. Numbers are better from this side as well. He's been caught only 5 times this year, and as we mentioned last night, McCann got him. Price with the 2-2. He's hanging tough.
The Minnesota Twins just called up a youngster by the name of Byron Buxton a couple of days ago, and they say that he can match this kid right here, Billy Hamilton, step for step. Both have tremendous speed. Did you see that triple Buxton got the other day?
Yeah, and after watching that, I believe it.
Man, there's a lot of really good young players in baseball these days.
And that is a strike called. Hamilton is out of there.
Ooh, look out, David.
4 strikeouts for Price.
This is just nasty right here. From the angle that he's throwing from, if you're Hamilton, you think that ball's going to hit you because he's throwing across his body and it's firm at 95 miles an hour. Look at him jackknifing out of the play, and that ball's called a strike.
First time through the lineup, Price is 5 out of 9 in first pitch strikes.
He's been 2 strikes on nearly every single hitter, with the exception of Bruce, I think, and Suarez.
Here is Brandon Phillips, who's batting .299. Drive one in the air to left. Cespedes coming in a couple of steps. 2 gone. Time for a game break now. We check in with Mickey York. All right, Mick, thanks. And you see the standings in the Central. The Indians 7 back. The Tigers 4 back now. Twins 3.5 back. Chicago, they're just not playing well. They are 9 games out.
Yeah, it's been a poor year for a team that made as many positive additions as they did in the offseason. At least we thought they were positive.
Well, we saw that Cubs team at Comerica Park in the last homestand. They've got a lot of those good young players you talked about.
They're going to be good for a long time.
The Twins, there's some talk that even Miguel Sano might be called up after Buxton, who was recently called. So the youngsters just keep on coming. Here's a strike called on right-handed batting Avante Jesus Jr. He struck out in the first, one of the 4 that Price has racked up so far tonight. Skied in the air to center, playable though. Anthony Ghost coming in, and David Price responds with a 1-2-3 third. We are on our way to the 4th. Cincinnati, and just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Well, Johnny Cueto goes back to work now as the Tigers trying to get something going. Cueto with a pair of 1, 2, 3 innings. He's retired 8 straight. It'll be Kinsler, Cabrera, Cespedes 2, 3, and 4 for Brad Ausmus tonight. Reds got a run on a squeeze play back in the 2nd. Kinsler doubled off the glove of Billy Hamilton, who tried to make a diving play out in left center field. That was back in the 1st inning. They couldn't get him in, though.
8 of 11 in first pitch strikes so far thrown by Johnny Cueto.
High fly ball, shallow right field. Jay Bruce coming in.
Miguel Cabrera had never seen Johnny Cueto until he stepped in the batter's box in the 1st inning, and Cueto, man, very, very impressive. 3 straight fastballs thrown at Miggy at 93 miles an hour. And then he got Miggy looking for the fastball. Look at the front hit of Miguel Cabrera, how it comes off the baseball. And that opened up that outside corner with that really nice slide piece. Exceptional job of pitching by Cueto to the best hitter in the game.
Tigers really just have a handful of guys that have a handful of at-bats against Cueto. Haven't seen him all that often. Miggy cuts and misses.
Started him off first time up with a fastball at 93. Put that in Miggy's mind, and then he starts Miggy off with a breaking ball this time up. Going back inside.
So now it's 0-2 on Cabrera. 9 straight retired by Cueto. Cueto trying to finish him off. Here's the 0-2. Just off the plate. Ooh, Johnny shakes his head, wanting that one. Cueto last year led the National League in starts, innings pitched, strikeouts. pulled to the shortstop and caught on a line by Suarez. 2 outs here in the 4th inning.
Miggy went to the no stride against Cueto and trying to figure him out. He wanted to stay balanced, so he didn't even pick the left foot up, and he was able to make some contact on the last 2 pitches.
10 straight retired by the Reds right-hander. Cespedes struck out to close out the 1st inning. Yoenis looks at strike 1.
Something else about that squeeze play that was executed beautifully by the Reds in the 2nd inning. You don't usually see squeeze plays that early in the game, not the 2nd inning.
It's a good point. I guess I never thought about that. But then again, with this pitching matchup,
there you go.
And that's why. It's driven in the air to center field. Hamilton cruising back, and Cueto has another 1-2-3 inning. He has set down 11 straight. Go to the bottom of the 4th. Pitching matchup here tonight between David Price and Johnny Cueto, and who better to talk pitching than our analyst back at the studio, Jack Morris. Will bring in Jack here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Jack, it used to be back in the day when you're going for 3 consecutive complete games. Well, that was ho hum, but David Price trying to do it here tonight. What makes him so special in trying to get that 3rd consecutive complete game?
Jack, last year, in 17 of Price's starts, he pitched 8 innings or more, and he's at it again this year. In several of his starts, he's already gone beyond 7 innings, a lot of times 8 innings in the last couple of outings, back-to-back complete games. What it is about him that allows him to go so deep in contest?
Todd Frazier is starting things off here in the 4th inning for the Reds. They lead by a score of 1-0 as he cuts and misses. Another 95-mile-an-hour fastball there, Jack, from Price. And he's kind of an anomaly in that he's a guy that throws as hard as he does, 95, 96, but has that pinpoint control. I mean, how special is that, and how really strange is that to see among big league pitchers? Frazier just hit one deep into right center field, and that ball is going to go for his third home run in 2 nights. A leadoff home run here in the 4th on David Price to make it a 2-0 Cincy lead.
That is the 21st home run of the season for Frazier, and 16 of those have been solo shots.
And the perils, Jack, as well of falling behind in the count. He went 3-1 on Frazier, who gets him with an opposite field home run as Jay Bruce stands in and looks at a strike.
You know, Jack, I want to ask you a question about Price's delivery. It's really an easy delivery, and I think of guys like Clayton Kershaw, who has some hesitation, Madison Bumgarner, another really good left-hander that has some deception in his delivery. We've watched a right-hander tonight, Cueto, with some deception. Would it be a bad thing for a guy like David to create some kind of deception in his delivery?
Well, the hitter now, Jay Bruce, had to step out of the box with the fireworks that went off following that home run. Here's what you're seeing on the field right now. It's a little bit smoky out there.
They need to stop using that thing.
Oh, no kidding, whatever it is.
Remember there was a fire in that thing about a month ago or so?
Yeah, that's right.
They need to stop that.
Bruce waiting on the 0-2. And it's up high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chatting with Jack Morris, who's back in the studio tonight. Of course, Jack knows this is a premier pitching matchup here. And you talk about deception, Jack. The guy that the Tigers are facing tonight, and Johnny Cueto, he does a little bit of everything out there to use some deception.
He does.
Let's see if McCann has room for this one. He does not. Well, the fog is still thick here at the ballpark. And back in May, this is what you were talking about, Rod.
Right.
Check this out.
How about that?
Here was the fire, and
they kept playing.
They kept playing. Plumes of smoke. Yeah. Why not keep playing?
Hey, Jack, did you ever change the way that you would attack a team depending on what ballpark you were pitching in? Of course, Comerica Park is very spacious. It's a pitcher's park. And then you come to this bandbox, and it's a hitter's park. Would you have to change how you attack guys, or would you simply go about your business the exact same way?
It's in the shallow right. He caught there by Castellanos. Hey, Jack, before we let you go, I just wanted to get your opinion on that squeeze play, because Rod and I were talking about how we felt that even after the double and the single by the Reds in the second, Price came back with a strikeout of Dominguez, and it just seemed like he was getting ready to work himself out of that inning. Pretty good call there by Brian Price, in your estimation. Well, Jack, we appreciate your insights here. We'll let you get back to work and watch the game. We know you're coming up on Tigers Live postgame. We appreciate it. Have a good show tonight. All right, we're going to work on it. Thanks, Jack. Jack Morris lending his expertise here in the 4th inning. Well, the Reds have added another run, and they have a man on now with 1 man out. Swing and a miss by Dominguez. He was struck out back in the 2nd. 2 runs on 4 hits for Cincinnati. The Tigers, no runs on 1 hit. How about Frazier now? 3 homers in the last 2 nights. And he's starting to heat up as we head to the All-Star break.
He had a good year last year, but he struck out quite a bit. But he's cut down the strikeouts this year. His batting average is close to 300. That would be Frazier, and he's having another All-Star season.
Meanwhile, Dominguez chasing another pitch out of the strike zone, 0-2. That's how Price struck him out back in the 2nd. And it was that strikeout of Dominguez that prompted the squeeze play in the very next hitter, Suarez.
Yeah, Brian Price was looking at that matchup between Suarez and Price, and he felt like Price was going to win that matchup, so he gave the squeeze play to the youngster Suarez, and he executed it perfectly.
That's high and away, 1-2. Here's the other thing right about that squeeze play. Had they gotten Suarez, Cueto was next because they've got him batting 8th in the lineup, so it was almost out of necessity.
Yep.
And Eugenio was able to lay it down. One ball, 2 strikes on Chris Dominguez. Brian Pena at first base. Fought that one off to stay alive. Price now at 52 pitches as we play here in the 4th. David gave up a run in the 2nd, 1 more here in the 4th inning. You can tell a very warm and humid night here in Cincinnati, getting to be that time of the year now as we head deeper into the summer. And again, the 1-2. Foul tip into the glove for strike 3. 2nd out of the 4th inning. Price gets another strikeout. Hey, Thursday, June 25th, the Tigers host the Chicago White Sox at 108, and the first 10,000 fans will they receive a free Victor Martinez bobblehead. For tickets, visit Tigers.com or call 866-66-TIGER. And the news is getting really good on Victor Martinez. Brad Austin was saying today that Victor actually legged out a double in the ball game last night that he played in.
There's a pretty good chance that he'll be activated when the team gets to New York on Friday night.
Yeah, Victor will be there, and they certainly want to make sure that he feels that he's ready to go in terms of his timing and physically. Ball high to Suarez.
And typically the month of June, and this June is no different for Price. It's his best month. In 29 career starts, he has a 16-9 record with a 2.77 ERA, and he's punched out 215 in 198 innings. So he starts to heat up as the weather heats up.
David falling behind Suarez, 1-0. Missed high again. 2 balls, no strikes on Eugenio Suarez.
And David has left quite a few off-speed pitches up in the strike zone today, whether it be the changeup or the curveball. Might be a case where you're a little bit too quick with your delivery, so the arm kind of lags and you're not finishing your pitches.
Well, David in his last 5 starts averaging over 9 strikeouts per 9. Way outside. 3 balls, no strikes. Talked about the back-to-back complete games, but really you go back to his last 5 starts. His ERA is 1.14.
And the one thing that I've noticed about his pitch usage in those last 5 starts, he's thrown a lot more curveballs. He's starting to get a lot more comfortable with that curveball, and because he's starting to throw it a lot more, His numbers have gotten a lot better. He's gotten himself a lot more easier outs when he uses that breaking ball. And here's what we're talking about. The last 5 starts, and 15% of the pitches he's thrown have been curveballs. And the first 8 starts of the year, you could see he wasn't using that breaking ball very often.
It's a telling stat right there, because the curveball apparently has been one of the reasons that ERA has been so good. 1.14 over the last 5. Suarez had himself a hack on 3-1, fouled it straight back.
I will say this about David. Earlier in the year, it seemed like every time he pitched, he was pitching in some brutal weather. He had some bad draws early in April and even in May. And a lot of times it's tough to get a feel for the curveball, so that may have had something to do with the fact that he wasn't throwing very many of those early in the season.
Well, that one start he made that comes to mind was the one where he started the game in snow flurries at Comerica Park.
Oh, that was brutal.
And he did not want to make any excuses, but we would for him, because those were bad pitching conditions. Three and 2. Runner will go with 2 outs, and he walked him, ball 4.
He had been giving David that pitch for the majority of the night, but Tim Timmons did not give that fastball inside to David Price that time.
Here are some of those numbers we spoke of in his last 5 starts. The opponents in the last 5 batting just .206 against David.
And he had been keeping the ball in the ballpark. He surrendered a home run here today to Frazier.
So the walk to Suarez brings up Johnny Cueto, who is batting in the 8th spot. And he bounced out in his last at bat. Tony La Russa, one of the managers, they used to bat his pitcher 8th, and I guess the thinking behind this, Rod, is that you try and get more base runners for the top of your lineup.
I think Joe Madden has hit the pitcher in the 8th slot all year. Cubs manager.
60 now for Price. Here's the 0-1. He's going to drop down a bunt, but foul.
He will do that. As a matter of fact, in his last start against the Chicago Cubs, he nearly laid down a bunt successfully. And then on the very next pitch, he singled successfully to center field. And Dexter Fowler, the center fielder, was playing so shallow, he nearly threw Cueto out at first base. Base hit to center field, and he nearly got thrown out at first base.
So it's not even a base hit to right. It was a base
hit to center field.
4 sacrifices this season. No bunt hits, though, for Cueto. 0-2. It's funny to see how the Tigers outfield plays Cueto, because with Price bringing in fastballs at 95, 96, they are playing Cueto to swing late. There's Ghost swung around way toward right field. They are not anticipating that the Cueto is going to pull the ball. A run in on the home run by Todd Frazier. 2-0 Reds. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning in Cincinnati. The chopper to the right side. Will be an easy play for Miguel Cabrera. And that is going to be that. 1 run on the home run by Frazier. Sam Bernstein Law Firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. Bell Tire, get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Myers, save big with M-Perks from Myers. Sign up at mperks.com. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. It's the Reds Hall of Fame here at Great American Ballpark. Reds have a 2-0 lead as we go to the 5th.
They've got a lot of Hall of Fame players that have worn their uniform.
Great teams in the 70s. Big Red Machine. Here are the numbers on Johnny Cueto so far. We expected that Cueto would be awfully good tonight. He's retired 11 consecutive batters.
And Johnny knew that he had to be on top of his game here tonight going up against David Price, who's been awfully stingy in the month of June.
Cueto has thrown a total of 50 in this game. 40 of them have been strikes.
We talked about that coming in. Only had walked 14 all year.
Well, here is J.D. Martinez. He'll be followed by Castellanos and then McCann. Oh, that hesitation. What was that?
He's just toying with the Tigers batters now.
Martinez hit a ball that nearly traveled out of the ballpark his first time up. He'll roll one foul.
There was some concern in the month of May regarding Johnny Cueto and his right elbow. He had to miss a start with some discomfort in the elbow, but he made his very next start after that, and he's been pitching well since then. So the scouts that are here watching him tonight, they don't feel like the elbow's an issue.
Popped up right side. Phillips going back, and one gone.
And of course, if you're talking about making a deal for Cueto, if you're one of the teams in contention, and there are a lot of teams that are interested in him, you don't want to give up a lot of really good prospects for a guy that might be having some arm issues.
Well, it's a good point, and Cueto has been on the disabled list 3 times in his career, and he had an MRI earlier this year when the elbow situation popped up, but they said it was just inflammation. They calmed it down and he got back into the rotation. Castellanos pops it up as well to second. Cueto's on a roll right now. 2 gone. He's retired 13 straight. How much do you think teams will think about that? I know he was given a clean bill of health, but anytime you do have an MRI throughout the course of the year, there is a little bit of concern.
Well, whichever team decides to make a deal for him, if Walt Jocketty does move him, I know we talk a lot about it because everybody in baseball is talking about Cueto getting moved, but if he does move him, whichever team acquires him, they will really take him through an extensive physical to make sure that he's 100% healthy before the deal is consummated.
James McCann struck out at his only at bat 0 for 1. Tigers, in fact, have managed only 1 hit in this game, a Kinsler double in the first. It came with 1 out. But then strikeouts of Cabrera and Cespedes ended that inning. Cueto sends one outside. 2-0 the count on McCann.
I guess the best thing with Johnny Cueto is you just have to assume that he's going to quick pitch you every single time you're standing in the batter's box. Forget about the windup, forget about the turn. You just have to anticipate that he's going to quick pitch you, and that will put you in a pretty good position to make some contact.
He'll take, and that's ball 4. He walked him on 4 straight. He had retired 13 in a row, but that comes to an end. A Thursday Major League Baseball returns to Fox Sports 1 with an interleague matchup. Brewers taking on the American League Central leading Royals. Coverage begins at 8 Eastern only on Fox Sports 1. And it's also streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Here's Iglesias. 6-3 ground out his first time up. Spins him out of the way. That's 5 in a row now that has missed the strike zone for Cueto. The only 2 runners, the double and the walk for Detroit. They're down 2-0. That's in there, a strike, 1-1. A 9-pitch third and 8-pitch fourth. Cueto up to 60 now. Iglesias fouls it away, and he's behind in the count, 1-2. Cueto for his career is 89 and 61. So his entire body of work is awfully impressive, and beyond that, his ERA is a little bit over 3. Two balls, 2 strikes. David Price waiting on deck.
We're looking for them. We don't know where they're at.
And Iglesias just got a piece of it.
This gives you an idea of just how dominant Johnny Cueto could be. Look at the other pitchers that are on this list of best ERAs since the beginning of the 2010 season. Kershaw, Chris Sale, Felix, and Adam Wainwright. How about that?
Heavy hitters, all of them on that list.
Cy Young's for Kershaw. Felix has won a Cy Young. Wainwright, 19, 20 games a year.
Well, it was looking like an easy inning here in the 5th. A couple of pop-ups, but then McCann walked on 4 straight, and now Iglesias is giving Cueto a battle. And another foul back at the screen. Whatever happens here, Iglesias doing a terrific job here. There were 13 straight retired by Cueto prior to the walk here in the 5th inning. Same 2 teams play tomorrow. Then the Tigers are on their way to New York. This road trip just getting underway for Detroit. And another foul, again, straight back to the screen.
That is the best fastball of the evening, thrown by Cueto at 95 miles an hour.
Iglesias has worked an 8-pitch at bat.
And Cueto might fade that changeup down and in to Iglesias here after throwing him so many fastballs in a row. Going right back inside with another fastball.
That one at 94 that Iglesias got a piece of. Well, this has been as exhausting Jose as well.
Jose looks like, I mean, he got a fresh cut too.
It looks pretty good. Huh?
Nice haircut.
Little style to it.
A couple of parts in there.
Is that the saying you like to use? Look good, play good?
Yes, sir.
Play good?
They pay you good. Or in our case, they broadcast. You broadcast good, you get paid good.
Here's the 2-2, and it's a ground ball to third. It's scooped up there by Frazier.
It works for us, too.
They finally got him out. No runs, a walk, 1 man left. Tigers baseball from Cincinnati tonight, presented by Bell Tire.
Bank game summary. The Cincinnati Reds have played some small ball to score their first run, and then they played some big ball in the fourth inning to score their second run. It's Todd Frazier, the top five, homering for the third time in the last 2 days against Tigers pitching. All three of those home runs coming off of left-handers.
That is Rosie, one of the mascots here in Cincinnati.
She yucks it up pretty good.
Does she?
She does.
Well, there's another one too here, isn't there? Mr. Redlegs?
Right. Man should never be alone.
Rosie Red. All right, here we go to the. Let's just move along here.
Rosie shaking it up a little bit.
Go to the bottom of the fifth. David Price goes to work. Hamilton leads it off. It'll be Hamilton, Phillips, and then DeJesus against the Tigers left-hander.
Pauls might need a co-pilot.
Yeah, it's actually a. We'll get on that. Co-pilot. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And it's sliced right to Kinsler. One gone. And Hamilton now is 0 for 2, so they've kept him off the bases. That's good. Here's Brandon Phillips. Phillips 0 for 2. And now 2 out of 10 in this stretch here against the Tigers. This is game 3 of what will be a 4-game home-and-home series. 2 on the road, 2 at home for both teams. Phillips last week missed 4 straight games, or starts that is, with a groin problem. And we saw last night he still wasn't running all that well.
He's a gamer, man. He just wants to win.
No balls, 1 strikeout. Phillips. 4 Gold Gloves in his past, and not only that, it's I wouldn't say rare, but it's special when you get a guy that's winning Gold Gloves and Silver Sluggers.
Once property of the Montreal Expos, traded to the Cleveland Indians, and then traded to the Cincinnati Reds. He really made a name for himself performing for the Cincinnati Reds. Take a look at this. You brought this up last night. And he is the all-time leader in several categories, or second, as far as second basemen are concerned. Games, hits, homers, ribbies, runs scored. And Joe Morgan played second base here for a minute.
I was going to say, didn't they have a guy named Joe Morgan? More than a minute. 0-2. Chopper back up the middle. It got by Price. Charging Kinsler. And he got him. 2 gone.
Here is our high-speed pitch, and it is brought to you by Xfinity. Price has gotten all the way up to 96 here this evening, low of 77. That would be with his curveball. Hasn't used that many curves here tonight.
I wonder, when you look at Price, I know Cueto's probably used to it, but when you look at Price, we mentioned all the cold weather he's pitched in this year. This is really the first real humid night I think he's pitched in this year.
Yeah, after he throws a pitch, he continues to wipe his hand like a sweat creeps down into the palm of his hand.
DeJesus is 0 for 2. Ball 1. Strikeout, fly out for DeJesus. 2 runs on 4 hits for the Reds. No runs on just 1 hit for the Tigers. DeJesus originally was a second-round pick of the Dodgers. It was traded to the Red Sox in that big Josh Beckett deal. Swing and a miss. Beckett going to L.A. That was that monster deal that involved Crawford, a bunch of other guys. Gonzalez. But he's bounced around several different organizations. Also been in the Orioles system. Talked about his dad, who played 15 years in the major leagues. Whistled back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. DeJesus hit his first big league homer earlier this year. Was a 2-run shot against Cole Hamels, which broke a tie.
It's another name that continues to get thrown around as far as possible getting traded at the trade deadline. Cole Hamels.
Yeah. Big time name. Swing and a miss. So DeJesus down on strikes. 1-2-3 inning for David Price. We have 5 in the books here in Cincinnati on our way to the 6th inning.
Talked about Johnny Cueto and the many different deliveries that he's shown the Tigers already here tonight. He'll turn the bat. He'll hesitate when he turns the bat. He'll quick pitch you on equation. And he just kind of mixes it up. He just kept the Tigers hitters off balance all night long. They have not been able to figure out Johnny Cueto.
Well, David Price will start things off here in the 6th inning. 2-0 is our score. It'll be Price, then Gose and Kinsler. David bounced out on his first at bat. John Keating sent me a message saying, did you know that the bat that David Price is using was given to him by Albert Pujols?
Yeah, he's also using Miguel Cabrera's batting gloves.
Really?
And he's got Jordan shoes on, so he's got it all covered.
Now, will that make a difference, do you think?
I don't think so.
No, I don't either. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Price. David is now 0 for 4 this year. He's checking that Pujols model bat. Pretty colorful, I'll say that. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Right through a fastball, 1 gone. They didn't get cheated, at least. Bring up the top of the order now, Anthony Gose.
And Gose may as well attempt to bunt, but Johnny Cueto is already alerting his third baseman and his first baseman to the fact that Gose may try to take a bunt down toward the second baseman, Brandon Phillips.
Cueto now with 4 strikeouts to go with 1 walk. Gose ground out and a fly out, 0 for 2. Inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Cueto is 12 of 19 in first pitch strikes, so he just continues to get ahead of the Tigers batters. And if you weren't with us earlier in the contest, we put up a graphic that illustrated just how difficult Cueto is to hit once he gets ahead of you with that first strike. batting average is well under 200.
Here's the 2-1.
Here it is if you missed it earlier in the game. 0-1 counts, batting average at 169 against Johnny. And that's gone down here today.
Here's another astounding stat on Cueto. When he's pitching with a 2-run lead or more at any point in the game, any point, whether it's the first inning or the ninth inning, he's 68-1, which is almost unfathomable. The Reds are 84-9 in those starts. But when he's given a 2-run lead, doesn't matter what inning. He's only lost once. Ghost, meanwhile, has worked in full now, 3-2. Kinsler waiting on deck. Starting to cloud up a little bit here. Some dark clouds rolling in over the ballpark. Not bringing rain, though. At least not to this point. Pena flashing signs. Here's the 3-2. Ghost sends a ground ball into right, base hit. Just the second hit of the night for the Tigers. And their first since the first inning. Catch 4 games at Comerica Park for as low as $73. The new Detroit Tigers 4-packs are available. Choose 4 bobblehead giveaways, 4 fireworks nights, or 4 weekday matinee games. Call 313-471-2255 or visit tigers.com. Well, here's Kinsler now. He doubled in the first. He has the other Tigers hit.
Don't know if Ghost is entertaining the thought of trying to steal second base here, but Cueto is very quick at getting the ball to the catcher. There's only been 1 stolen base while he's been on the mound this year.
Eleven of 16 this year for Ghost.
There have been times this year where the pitcher on the mound has been quick to the plate, and that's simply where Ghost will go to the delayed steal. He did it yesterday.
It's become a really good weapon for him.
You would think that the word would be getting out around the league by now, because he's done it at least 5 or 6 times already this year, and it seems like he's always successful.
You know, a lot of the Tigers fans here at the ballpark trying to get the Let's Go Tigers chants going. With a quick throw back to the bat.
They're out in full force.
Cincinnati, one of those towns where Tigers fans travel to heavily. Here's the 1-1. Kinsler takes high, 2 balls and 1 strike. In with a fly out to go with his double in this game. He has 2 hits in the series. Missed again. Now it's 3-1 on Kinsler. In the meantime, Mr. Cabrera is contemplating his 3rd at bat.
It's only the 2nd time that Cueto has been in the stretch here tonight, and because of that, he's missed with 3 pitches.
And he missed again, and there's a walk to put 2 men aboard.
The last thing he wanted to do was to walk Cabrera ahead of Miggy.
And here is our T-Mobile game changer. You talk about Miguel Cabrera. He's been hot on the last homestand. Look at these numbers. 565. Look at that OPS. 10 RBIs as well in the last homestand.
And for those of you that do not know what OPS is, it's on base percentage, and you add the slugging percentage, and that gets you that number there, that big number.
So Cabrera now is one swing away from giving the Tigers their first lead.
First time up, Cueto started him off with a fastball. Second time up, he started Miggy off with a breaking ball. Against great hitters like Miguel Cabrera, you can't pitch him the same way. 2 consecutive at-bats.
Well, a classic matchup in this game in a big spot. We're in the 6th, 2 men on.
And before this game here tonight, Miguel Cabrera had never faced Cueto in a game.
Strikeout, line out. Cueto with some stress going on here in the 6th. A single and a walk. Miggy fouled it back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Miggy has gotten several fastballs at 93 and 94 from Cueto, and he's fouled them all back.
Very light rain starting to fall here at the ballpark now. And because of that, here comes some of the umbrellas. Driven in the air to right field. Way back. Miguel Cabrera has gone deep. It has gone a home run. And the Tigers have their first lead of the game.
Unbelievable.
He sized him up in his first 2 at-bats, and in at-bat number 3, he hits a 3-run shot.
We're going to make that our bale tire pitch by pitch. He misses with the first pitch fastball. Miggy fouled off the second one. And then Miggy got another heater from Cueto. And he didn't miss this one.
And it looks like the grounds crew is coming out now. It's not really raining all that hard, but there must be some harder stuff coming in because here comes the tarp. What is it about Miguel Cabrera and home runs in the rain? Number 400 in St. Louis was hit in a driving rainstorm. And Cabrera goes deep to the opposite field to give the Tigers the lead. And we'll get a delay here in this one tonight in Cincinnati. Cabrera's home run, his 15th of the year.
One of the things that we have noticed about Miguel Cabrera since he's been in a Tigers uniform, when he comes to these type of ballparks where the ball flies, he will change his swing for a couple of days. He's that good. He will change his swing. He will try to get underneath the ball, and he will try to get himself some easy home runs when he plays in some of these bandboxes because Comerica Park is so spacious.
So rain delay here in Cincinnati. Cueto upset with that last pitch he threw to Cabrera. The Tigers have taken a 3-2 lead, and here comes the tarp. We'll be back to Cincinnati. right now with the tarp on the field, and you can follow the Tigers all season long with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or your tablets. Minutes ago, I was wondering why the tarp came on. That's why, because it's coming down now pretty good. Cabrera goes kaboom the other way, and the Tigers have the lead. We'll be back to Cincinnati.
Tigers when Cueto made his debut in the big leagues. And the first at bat, 3 straight fastballs. He got Miggy looking for the fastball, and then he threw Miguel a breaking ball down. You can see the front side of Miggy coming off the baseball because he was looking for another fastball. Big boys, big play of the game. The next time up, 3 straight fastballs. The third, which was off the plate away. Miguel didn't try to pull it, and he homered for a 3-run home run to put the Tigers in the lead.
It went 418 feet. You got the ponchos on your favorite, Ron.
You got it?
Umbrellas as well. Rain delay here in Cincy. All right, guys, thanks very much. Well, it's Yoenis Cespedes standing in, and this game has officially resumed with the Tigers on top 3-2 after the Miguel Cabrera 3-run homer. Wallside windows pitching change. Manny Parra is in now.
After the hour and 10-minute rain delay, no Johnny Cueto, so it's Parra to come in, pitching in his 15th game. He's logged 9 2/3 innings.
That ball is skied in the air to right field. Not very deep, playable for Jay Bruce, and Cespedes is retired, and there are 2 gone now. So Parra takes over for Cueto. David Price apparently is done for the night as well, as Alex Wilson is warming up in the Detroit bullpen. Here is J.D. Martinez with 2 outs.
Parra spent some time on the disabled list this year, as a matter of fact, April 29th until May 24th with a strained neck.
Here's Martinez. And a swing and a miss.
He has also retired all 20 batters since coming off the disabled list.
So Parra takes over for Cueto, who surrendered the 3-run opposite field home run by Cabrera. Then the rains came. It was an hour and 14-minute delay. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on JD. Martinez in this one, fly ball and a pop-up. He is 0 for 2. As the guys were talking about, there is more rain headed this way, so hopefully we can continue to play at a brisk pace here. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, struck him out, but not that brisk. So Parra comes in and gets a couple of quick outs, and we now go to the bottom of the 6th. Tigers have their first lead, 3-2.
As a successful squeeze play by Suarez in the 2nd inning, and then a solo home run by Todd Frazier in the 4th. And with Johnny Cueto on the mound, you thought maybe game over, but then up steps Miguel Cabrera for the 3rd time in today's game. Fastball off the plate, outside. Miggy lets it travel deep enough to create the proper bat angle to drive the ball out of the ballpark. Tigers are now leading 3-2.
And they will turn the baseball over now to the right-hander Alex Wilson in the Wallside Windows pitching change.
Wilson has been awfully consistent in that bullpen, pitching in his 21st game, a 1.69 earned run average, 18 strikeouts, only 4 base on balls.
And so Wilson will go through Frazier, Bruce, and Pena here in the 6th.
Lots of cut fastballs thrown by Wilson, very few sliders.
Frazier has a homer in this game, solo shot in the 4th off David Price. His 3rd home run in the last 2 nights against the Tigers. Want to keep him in the ballpark in a 1-run game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Todd Frazier
had a nice conversation with Alex Wilson coming over on the bus from the hotel this afternoon. Said his father is from Erlanger, Kentucky, which is right across the Ohio River here, and there are about 40 family and friends here in attendance watching him for the very first time pitching this ballpark.
Well, I hope they waited out the rain delay because he's on the mound right now.
Well, they're not going to leave, you know that. He said he was almost headed here last year with Boston, but he got sent down the day before they came to Cincinnati.
Oh,
the day before.
Terrible luck. There's the ball low.
He said it was one of those situations where he was pitching out of the bullpen, obviously, and he pitched 3 2/3 innings the night before, and they needed a fresh arm. So he had to go back down to the minors, and he missed his only trip here at that time to Great American Ballpark.
So it wasn't even performance related.
No.
2-2 on Frazier. We're in the bottom of the 6th, 3-2 Detroit. Frazier got out in front of this one, hits it to center field. Backing up is Anthony Ghost. One gone. More action in the bullpen for the Reds. Contreras, the right-hander, is tuning up. So they will piece together the rest of this game. Both sides will. Jay Bruce. Double pop up in his 2 at-bats against Price. They play him to pull, and he looks at ball 1. Bruce homered last night in the lefty against the lefty Kyle Ryan, and he doubled against the lefty David Price here in the 2nd tonight. Here's the 1-0. Rip to the right side off the glove of Mickey. It's going to go into right field. Bruce is aboard with 1 out. There's his 2nd hit of the game.
Ball hit like a bullet off the bat of Bruce. One hopper. Mickey nearly made the play.
Two out of 3 for Bruce. Now Brian Pena stands in. He's had a couple of hits. Both of them singles, and that has pushed his average up to 297. Bruce will draw and throw. Pena last year in his first with the Reds played in a career high 115 games. Spent the 2013 season with the Tigers and hit 297. And Wilson delivers a strike 0-1 that Pena didn't like.
Pena probably performed well enough to come back to the Tigers in 2014, but they had Brian Holiday, who backed up last year for Avila, and they knew James McCann was on his way, so he got a better deal from the Cincinnati Reds and decided to sign elsewhere.
Pena signed a 2-year contract. Here's the 0-1. Missed it inside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I like the aggressiveness of Wilson with the inside fastball. He made Frazier move his feet for the first out of this inning, and he did the same thing to Brian Pena. Hard fastballs inside.
One and one on Pena. And you get back to first base with Bruce standing up. 3 runs on just 3 Tigers hits in this game. 2 runs on 5 hits for Cincinnati. In fact, Cueto had retired 13 straight at one point in this game. He got into trouble when Ghost singled. He walked Kinsler, and Miggy homered. Pena shoots it in the air towards second base, and Kinsler goes to the grass. It drops, and they just fire it to second base to get the force there.
This one lived up to the hype for the first 5 innings. And David Price was sensational. He gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 on a squeeze play, the other a solo shot. Cueto was matching him pitch for pitch, and if it wasn't for Miggy, he'd have a lead right now.
starters not able to answer the bell. Again, it was a 1 hour and 14-minute rain delay. Here's Chris Dominguez with 2 outs. Dominguez shoots one in the air toward left center field. That ball looks like trouble. Goes, dives, can't get it. It's going to go to the wall. Pena rounding third. He will come around to score. Dominguez on his way to third with a triple. And the Reds have tied it at 3.
So both pitchers tonight, Price and Cueto, will not factor into the decision.
A huge 2-out hit for Dominguez. That's his second RBI of the year. It's a 3-3 game.
It's a great effort by Anthony Gose in center field, who ran a long way, left his feet, but not able to make the play. And by the time Cespedes got there to pick it up, Dominguez sliding into third with a triple.
Here's Suarez now with 2 outs. Go ahead run at third base. In the air to center field. Right there is Gose. Settle in the inning. However, the Reds able to tie it up on the 2-out 3-base hit by Dominguez. Bottom of the 6th to tie it up. Todd Frazier is homered in this game, a solo shot. 3 home runs in the last 2. And of course the big blow for the Tigers, Miguel Cabrera, a 3-run homer in the 6th inning. Briefly gave the Tigers the lead. That lead has disappeared now, and back to the bullpen go the Reds. It'll be Carlos Contreras taking over.
And Contreras just called up yesterday from Louisville, his second stint with the Reds this season.
Meanwhile, a new shortstop, Christopher Negron, will take over for the Reds. Suarez is out of the game. So we're in a 3-3 tie now, as Castellanos will lead it off, then McCann, and then Iglesias. And Contreras takes over for Parra, who got the 2 outs that he needed to get in the 6th inning. Nick is 0 for 2, pop-up ground out. And he will take a strike from the right-hander Contreras.
Cincinnati Reds continue to give Castellanos a steady diet of off-speed pitches. They start him off with breaking balls, and then they try to finish him off with that same breaking ball.
Fastball in. Second stint for Contreras. And he backed him out of there. 2 balls and 1 strike. Carlos, a native of the Dominican Republic, he got to the big leagues for the first time last year, appeared in 17 games after breaking into the Red system in 08. Reds outside run it to 3-1 on Castellanos. The Reds this year have had 8 rain delays total now. And when you add up all the rain delay total time, over 12 hours of rain delays here this year.
Sounds like some of the Cincinnati Reds folks went home, and the Tigers fans are now got those "Let's Go Tiger" chants going.
Taking over. 3-2. Cueto started. Did not answer the bell after the rain delay. Parra got 2 outs in the 6th, and now Contreras here in the 7th. Here's the 3-2. High fly ball, center field, playable for Hamilton. And Castellanos now is 0 for 3. 1 out, time for a game break. Mickey York. All right, Mick, thanks. The Royals now starting to get hot again. Kansas City trying to win its 3rd straight. They came in 4 up on the Tigers. McCann looks at ball 1. James had a walk in the 5th. He's also fanned in this game, though. Both his bats came against Cueto. Here's the 1-0. Here is more action in the Tigers. Penn Albuquerque will be next for Detroit. He's heating up. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Can pops one up right side of the infield. Phillips to the grass, and there are 2 gone. Now we'll see if Iglesias can get something started. Tigers got a double in the 1st. They got a single in the 6th and the homer in the 6th. And between the 1st and 6th innings, nothing against Cueto. Iglesias now batting .333. A couple of ground balls in this game. Strike 1 on Jose. He is hit safely in 16 of 19 for the Tigers. Wave and a miss. 94 up the letters, 0-2.
Iglesias has been swinging at the elevated fastball all night long. And Johnny Cueto, before he departed, continued to throw fastballs upstairs to Iglesias.
Collins is moved on deck. Here's the 1-2. Lifted back out of play. One ball, 2 strikes. And Iglesias. That's in the air toward left. De Jesus coming in to make the play. It's going to be a 1-2-3 for Contreras. Tigers fans hanging out in the rain. Coming up, the McLaren Health Plan 7th inning stretch.
Loving the rain.
here in Cincinnati for, well, the first of two they'll play again tomorrow night. Right now we've got this game to decide, and as we go to the bottom of the seventh, Christopher Negron will lead it off. Then Hamilton and then Phillips facing Wilson as he goes out there for his second inning of work. And it's hit in the air toward right center field. J.D. Martinez runs it down. 1 pitch, 1 out. Well, the Tigers have agreed to terms on some of their draft picks, including Bo Burrows, their #1 overall pick.
Cam Gibson also has signed, so he will start his professional career.
Blaise Salter is also on that list. He is the grandson of Bill Freehan, the great Tigers catcher. Tyler Service, the son of Scott Service, former big league catcher. Some of the Tigers that have agreed to terms, their draft picks this year. Here's Billy Hamilton. Be wise to keep him off the bases. He is 0 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, for the most part, in the first 3 games of the series, they've been able to keep Hamilton in check.
Wilson missing low and away. Ball game was tied up on a 2-out RBI triple by Chris Dominguez in the 6th. Shows bunt, and it goes all the way to the backstop.
Brad able to squeeze one more inning out of Wilson, because the final out was made by Iglesias. Had the pitcher spot come up, he was going to pinch hit for him, and Albuquerque would be in the game.
2-1 on Hamilton. Slice to left but foul. 2-2 on the speedy Billy Hamilton, who finished second last year in the Rookie of the Year voting behind Jacob deGrom.
Have you noticed they've got the organists are playing here at Great American Ballpark? There's not many ballparks that still have organists.
No, and it's a great old-time field, too. Little nubber. That's a foul ball right off his foot.
John Schutte is the ballpark organist. He's been doing it for about 30 years.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yo, there's that old time feel, man. I love that at the ballpark.
Arizona still has an organist. Bobby Freeman's his name, but not many other ballparks. Everybody's got that music going these days.
That's what the young kids want to hear.
You know it.
Hamilton fouls off another as he continues to battle Wilson. Brandon Phillips will be next. Tigers limited to just 3 hits tonight, yet they are still tied at 3. We're in the bottom of the 7th after a 1 hour 14-minute rain delay. Another foul. Hamilton had a big hit in last night's game. He had an RBI single in the top of the 7th inning. That made it a 2-run lead for the Reds. They would hold on to win that game. They were able to get it to the 9th inning when they brought in Aroldis Chapman. And he was firing 103-mile-an-hour fastballs. Swing and a miss. And finally, Wilson takes care of Hamilton.
Chapman threw 17 pitches last night in Detroit, and 12 of the 17 reached triple digits. Really nice slider, finally able to put Hamilton away with after a lot of fastballs up that he kept fouling off. It was the slider that got the swing and miss.
Matthews warming up, the right-hander.
We saw him in last night's game.
Phillips 0 for 3. Ball 1. Ground out, fly out, line out for Brandon Phillips, who is now 2 for 11 in the series. came in batting .340 over his last 14 games. Swing and a miss. He left the strike zone there.
And 93-mile-per-hour fastball thrown right by Brandon. A lot of the fastballs that Wilson has thrown since coming into the game have been up in the strike zone. Maybe that's his plan of attack tonight.
That'll go foul to third base. 1-2 on Phillips. As Wilson tries to give the Tigers 2 innings here. Should Phillips reach? DeJesus waiting on deck. Number 2 hitter. Wilson wants time at, or I should say Phillips rather wants time at home plate. Here's the 1-2. Ball high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes. Being reminded that this matchup here is featuring Wilson Phillips. Here's a bouncing ball to short, ranging left is Iglesias, and Phillips is out. 1-2-3 inning for Wilson, and we go to the 8th. In common, that would be George Sparky Anderson, who won World Series in both Detroit and Cincinnati. Of course, he led the Tigers to their last World Series title in 1984. What a manager.
I had a chance to play for Sparky briefly in 1984, and he was quite the man. The players really respected him. The media really respected him, and he got the most out of all of his players.
A couple of World Series with the Reds, 75, 76, and of course with the Tigers in 84, 2-time AL Manager of the Year.
But the first time that I met Sparky Anderson was in 1976. We had just won the American League Championship. Our team in Santa Monica, California, Post 1-2-3. And because we won the World Series, we had a chance to come to the first 2 games of the World Series here in Cincinnati against the New York Yankees. As a matter of fact, we were staying at the same hotel as the Yankees. We were on the field. I had a chance to meet Sparky Anderson at that time. I was only 16 years old then. I didn't know I'd get a chance to play for him later.
That's pretty cool. Well, Ryan Matthews now will take over for the Reds. Tyler Collins is pinch hitting here as we go to the 8th inning, and he shoots one in the air deep into right field. Is it deep enough? It is. It's gone. A home run. A pinch hit homer for Collins.
That's just great scouting. Knowing that Matthews likes to start left-handers off with first pitch breaking balls. Tyler Collins went up there, sat on a breaking ball. He got it, and he did not miss it. His first career pinch hit home run.
Oh, what a big one here to give the Tigers a 4-3 lead.
Second career pinch hit home run. His home run in Cleveland last year was a pinch hit home run?
Apparently so. It is his second, so that one in Cleveland was a pinch hit homer. And the Tigers on top by a run again. Ball's hit in the air by Ghost to deep left field, but it's going to be playable. De Jesus is under it.
It would be awfully fun to watch the Tigers offense get a chance to play in a ballpark like this.
No doubt.
There's that breaking ball to stay right over the heart of the plate. He went out, got it, and was able to pull it back into the second row in right field.
And that has ignited the Let's Go Tigers chance again. Collins has given the Tigers a 4-3 lead. It is so nice to have that one guy off the bench that can do just what Collins did. And the Tigers made a choice to part ways with Hernan Perez. Collins was brought up, and he provides a big one.
And Tigers do not do a lot of pinch hitting, but when you come to the National League ballpark and you play with the National League rules and your pitcher has to depart after the 5th inning, you need some guys on your bench that can hit.
1-1 to Kinsler. Double and a walk in this game for Ian. The Collins homer, 343 feet. Just got over the wall, but that's the important thing. It got over the wall.
It's almost like he's telling Castellanos exactly what he was looking for, and he got it.
That's fouled off. So right now, Collins the man of the hour. The Tigers also have a 3-run shot from Miguel Cabrera. Two on Kinsler. Swing and a miss. Matthews gets a strikeout, 2 away. It's going to bring up Cabrera, who apparently brings rain with his home runs. The 3-run shot in the 6th inning brought the rain. Miggy's 15th of the year. Foul that one back out of play, 0-1.
Here's a home run that Miguel hit in the 6th inning. It was a fastball that was tailing away from him off the plate. And he was able to get to it and drive it the opposite way, halfway up the seats in right.
Miggy swings and misses. 0-2.
Miggy swinging like he's wants to hit another homer here tonight. If Miggy played all of his home games here, those people up there in that pilot house, they'd have to watch their suit, because he'd be hitting them up there. It's only 404 from home plate, and it's 420 at Comerica Park, and we've seen him go straightaway center field at Comerica Park. Can you imagine those folks up there?
So now, waiter, there's a fly in my soup. Waiter, there's a baseball.
There's a baseball in my soup.
0-2. And Matthews just missed there. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Miggy, as he will do, from time to time, he will take 1 or 2 swings and he will use the stride. And then once he figures out you're not really going to give him a whole lot to hit, he spreads out and he simply won't pick that front foot off the ground at all.
Oh, look out. Shattered bat. And a 1-hopper to the shortstop in the ground. Barely bat goes all the way to the outfield grass.
He got all in Miggy's kitchen.
Inning over, however, Tyler Collins has given the Tigers the lead. Into the seats in right, pinch hit homer. 1-run game. Pinch hit home run to give the Tigers a 4-3 lead as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning here in Cincinnati, and that means Jabba Chamberlain's coming out for the Tigers.
And Jabba Chamberlain has been in 23 games so far this year, logging 17 innings. The earned run average is outstanding. It's just a shade over 11 strikeouts, 3 walks for Jabba. Jabba's velocity was down at the beginning of spring training this year, but the velocity is much better these days. He's up to 93, 94, sometimes even 95.
Well, Chamberlain will have to go through 2, 3, and 4. DeJesus, Frazier, and Bruce. 4 runs, 4 hits for Detroit. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Reds. And the first one is in there for a strike, 0-1.
Andrew Romine takes over for Castellanos at the hot corner.
DeJesus has fanned a couple of times in this game. He's 0 for 3. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Well, this ballpark tonight, partner, has lived up to its reputation. It averages about 3 homers per game. There's been 3 hit tonight.
The Reds got a home run from Frazier in the 4th, but the Tigers have hit the last 2. And the one that has put them ahead, the Collins home run.
Only 2 other parks, Miller Park and Yankee Stadium, where the Tigers are headed next, yield more home runs per game.
Way outside, 2-2. Action in the bullpen, Batenhop and Aroldis Chapman.
Tigers don't want to see Chapman.
That's outside.
Jabba got ahead of the youngster, DeJesus. No balls, 2 strikes, and now the count is 3-2.
We got a guy on deck who could leave the ballpark, Frazier.
He's already done it 3 times in the last couple of days.
Here's the 3-2. Ground ball left side. Romine tested early as he comes in and makes the play.
Here are the 3 home runs that Frazier has hit in the last couple of days. Won the straightaway left field in last night's game. Then he went into his team's bullpen with the second one. Tried to reach the shrubbery in straightaway center, but he couldn't get there. And then tonight he goes right center field off David Price.
You're the National League home run leaders. Stanton with 24. Harper has 22, and now Frazier knocking on the door. 21 home runs. He is currently third among National League third basemen in the All-Star voting. And the All-Star game to be played right here in Cincinnati.
Of the 21 homers that Frazier has hit this year, only one of those to right field, and that was the one here today.
Swing and a miss. 0-2. Jabba gets ahead.
That's the one thing that makes guys like Miguel and J.D. Martinez different than most guys, is the fact that they hit balls out of the ballpark the opposite way with regularity.
And the amazing thing on that Cabrera home run is how deep that ball got, and Miggy nearly took it out of the catcher's glove.
And it was off the plate about 3 inches.
One ball, 2 strikes. Frazier fouls it back out of play.
Good fastball thrown by Jabba, mid-90s fastball. He's also been up to 96 here tonight. Jabba really hasn't been pitching all that much lately, nor has Joakim Soria.
Jabba came on in the ball game last night, pitching the 9th inning. Gave up a double, but was the victim also of an error. Now the count on Frazier will level at 2-2. Tigers trailed in this game 2-0. Cueto was in the meantime retiring 13 straight. And the Tigers got to him, that 3-run homer in the 6th. Bouncing ball to short. Iglesias has it there. Frazier is out 2 away.
Well, we mentioned the Tigers really had their fill of Aroldis Chapman in last night's game. Here's a list of the pitchers that have reached 100 miles per hour this season. And Chapman's done it 212 times, and AC, he's done it about 40 times. Kelvin Herrera's done it about 36 times.
You just call him AC?
Yeah, those are his initials. What you got on him then? What's his name?
His name's Aroldis Chapman.
No, not that one. The other one.
Oh, you mean Caminero?
Yeah.
It's Archimedes Caminero. AC, I love it. Here's Bruce now with 2 outs.
I know my limitations.
You called him AC last night too, didn't you? 1 ball, no strikes. Make it 2-0 now on Bruce. You got to keep him in the ballpark as well. 10 homers. Homer to the ball game last night against Kyle Ryan.
You know, we brought this up last night, the fact that Jabba here pitching the 8th in a 1-run lead, he has to go right through the middle of the Reds batting order, and say he gets the out, Soria will get a chance to come in and go against some guys that aren't as good as those guys.
Driven deep to left. Cespedes to the wall, leaps, can't get it. Bruce on his way to second, and he'll stop there.
Cespedes probably had 1 or 2 more steps he could take before jumping. But that's what happens when you don't play in a ballpark every single day. When you hit that warning track, you don't necessarily know how far you have to go once your feet hits that dirt. The Tigers did not hit on the field today, so he really didn't know. 1 more step in a jump, and he might have been able to make that play. He whiffed on it.
He did. It certainly looked makeable. Well, at least it stayed in the ballpark. It is a 2-out double, tying run now in scoring position. It's a second double of the night for Jay Bruce. He also doubled back in the second inning.
It's very important when you come to a new ballpark where your team does not play there very often. He almost trapped this one off the wall, but when you don't get a chance to take your ground balls in the infield, you don't know how fast the grass is. In the outfield, you don't really have a good feel for how well the ball's traveling.
Ball one to Pena. Off the bat, at least, it looked like Bruce might have gotten enough to hit that thing out. Unfortunately, it stayed in. Pena now trying to tie the game. Here's the 1-0. Right back up the middle. Oh, it hit the bag and goes into right field. Are you kidding me? That's going to tie the ball game. It hit the bag at second and took a right turn. It's an RBI hit.
Something similar happened last night. The ball down the third baseline. Dominguez hit. That ball hit the bag that Castellanos couldn't field. So things going right here in the 8th inning for the Cincinnati Reds.
A 2-out double by Bruce, and then this.
Iglesias is getting ready to make this play.
At the very least, stop it and keep the runner at third. And more than likely, yeah, I think he gets to that ball too. Well, give Pena, who's living large tonight, his third hit. And it's 4-4. Look who's coming off the bench. Joey Votto. Too bad for Dominguez. Votto did not start this game with Price on the hill tonight, but he's got a .295 average, 14 homers. Dominguez had a triple to drive in a run in the 6th, but he's lifted for Votto. 4-4 ball game. Hit him off balance, strike one. Off speed to Votto. And they're starting to chant his name now here in Cincinnati. Grounded foul down the first baseline. Make it 0-2. Chamberlain got a couple of ground balls. With 2 out, nobody on. Bruce doubled off the wall and left, and a single by Pena ties the game. Votto takes it outside, 1-2. Votto was 0 for 3 last night with a walk against the Tigers. In fact, the only hit he had at Comerica was a bunt single against the Shift. The 1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wilson pitched the 6th and the 7th. Jabba here in the 8th. Schumacher now on deck. Pitcher spot due next. Here's the 2-2. Outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Votto now has gone from 0-2 to 3-2.
And that's going to allow Brian Pena, the base runner on first, to get a head start.
Now Blaine Hardy starts to warm up. goes. It is drilled toward right field. Martinez can't get it. Base hit. Pena coming to third base. He will stop there. Votto with a pinch hit single. And the go-ahead run is at third. Three straight hits with 2 outs. Skip Schumacher is going to hit. They'll join us again tomorrow. The Tigers wrapping up this series with the Reds. Our coverage begins at 6 with Tigers Live. That's Tigers Reds tomorrow night at 6 p.m. and it's right here on Fox Sports Detroit.
Schumacher has been their best pinch hitter this year. He is 7 for 22.
He won't be facing Jabba Chamberlain. Lane Hardy's been warming up. And the lefty will come trotting in to take on the left-handed batter. So it was looking like an easy inning for Jabba Chamberlain, but then 3. He's going to face a guy that's a pretty good pinch hitter. Schumacher has 7 pinch hits.
Yeah, 7 for 22.
Overall this year, .217 batting average.
If you're wondering about Hardy, he has kept left-handed batters to a .204 average this year.
So Pena's at third. Votto is at first base with 2 outs.
And guys like Schumacher, they kind of scare me in these situations because they don't swing hard. They simply just try to put the ball in play.
It bounces in. 1 ball to no strikes. Good block by McCann.
I'd much rather see a power hitter, a free swinger in the batter's box right now.
Schumacher, a member of the Cardinals team back in 11 when they won the World Series. Here's the 1-0. 2-0 on Schumacher. Pop back out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. We had a 1 hour and 14-minute rain delay in this one. Tigers had the 3-2 lead when the rains came. The Reds tied it up, then each team got a run in the 8th. And Cincinnati looking for more actually here in the 8th. Foul straight back to the screen this time. 2-2. Pena at third and Votto at first. Ooh, it just missed. Man, oh man, where was that?
It's a good breaking ball. Hardy started it right down the middle, and then the ball inched its way to the outside corner, but apparently off the plate, according to Tim Timmons, the home plate umpire.
Full count, 3-2. That'll start Votto at first base. He checked it. Did he go? Yes, he went around. Strike three. Hardy gets the strikeout, and the Reds settle for one. We are tied up. And as we go to the ninth inning here in Cincinnati, it's a 4-4 ball game. Inning, and well, the closer coming in a tie ball game here in the ninth, trying to keep it at 4. It's Aroldis Chapman.
Well, they call him the Cuban Missile, and Tigers fans had a chance to see why they call him that last night. He threw 17 pitches in a game last night in Detroit, and 12 of the 17 reached triple digits. He topped out at 103.
Chapman is not the only change. Javon DeJesus Jr. will go to first base from left field. Schumacher will stay in the game, and he'll play in left. So Chapman here in the ninth inning will face Cespedes, Martinez, and Romine.
Against a guy that's throwing as hard as Chapman is throwing, there's no need, if you're Cespedes, J.D. Martinez, or anybody else, in taking really big swings. You have to be really short and quick to the baseball. As hard as he throws, if you make any kind of contact, you might have a chance of at least finding a gap somewhere.
Cespedes 0 for 3, couple of fly balls and a strikeout. Chapman goes to work at 98. That goes off the glove of Pena.
Yeah, these two know one another. They both competed on the Cuban national team. Cespedes and Chapman.
He got it on his hands, and it's grounded foul.
First ever meeting between these two in the United States.
Chapman pitching in the ball game last night. He came on in the 9th inning, struck out J.D. Martinez, struck out the pinch hitter Davis, and then struck out McCann with a runner at first. Swing and miss.
That big swing that Yoenis just took there on the 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Not going to get it done.
Swing and a miss. Left the strike zone again. Triple digits, one gone. So Chapman now will go against J.D. Martinez. He struck him out last night. J.D. will get another shot here tonight. He is 0 for 3.
Second consecutive night, he starts J.D. Martinez off with a slider.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Every single pitch that Chapman has thrown since coming into the game has been out of the strike zone for the most part, with the exception of the first pitch slider that he threw to J.D.
Chapman is 27 years of age. Stands 6 feet 4 inches tall.
He's huge, man. Look at those shoulders. 6'4", 215.
36 saves last year, 38 each of the 2 previous years. And he got him, strike 3.
Change up.
2 gone. J.D. has some words with Timmons.
J.D. Martinez, he was able to see all 3 of Chapman's pitches: the breaking ball, the fastball, and the changeup.
So with 2 outs, here is Romine. Romine getting his first at bat after taking over defensively for Castellanos. Tigers made a double switch. Andrew batting .295. Here's the 1-0. Well, what a huge weapon Chapman is out of the back end of the bullpen. Trying to make it a 1-2-3 9th inning. Ball high. Each club got a run in the 8th. 4-4 game as we play here in the 9th. Inside, the count goes to 3-1. Another 100-mile-an-hour fastball that spun Romine out of there.
4 of the 12 pitches he's thrown here so far tonight have been 100 and above.
James McCann waiting on deck. Swing and a miss. Full count, 3-2. Reds will have Negron, Hamilton, and Phillips coming up when we get to the bottom of the 9th. Chapman now with the 3-2, and it's fouled back out of play.
Throwing a ball 100 miles an hour is not an issue for Aroldis Chapman. And now 217 thrown at that velocity this year.
Now, we thought Kelvin Herrera of the Royals did it a lot over in the American League.
Right.
That's nothing compared to Chapman. Romine trying to battle his tail off here. Here again is the 3-2, and he fights off another one. Soria in the Detroit bullpen. Another foul back out of play. Chapman now just pumping in 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, and Romine equal to the task. 3 in a row now have gone 100 miles an hour. It's been an 8-pitch at bat here for Romine. Didn't like the call, and he strikes out the side. Let's go to the bottom of the ninth. Bank, raise your expectations of what a bank could be when it's time. Come to Comerica. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives to Motor City. And by Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory. Well, we're back here in Cincinnati, and we're going to the bottom of the ninth inning, all tied at 4 runs apiece. In a ball game that was delayed an hour and 14 minutes by rain. Blaine Hardy back out there. It'll be Christopher Negron to lead things off. Hardy came on and struck out the pinch hitter Schumacher to close out the 8th. First pitch has popped up. Let's see if it gets back to the seats. Miggy coming toward the dugout. Leaning over, makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah, Miggy stayed with it a long time. He found the railing and was able to make a play.
We'll bring up Hamilton. Hamilton has not done a whole lot tonight. A couple of strikeouts and a line out. And now 1 for 10 in the series. 4 runs on 9 hits for the Reds. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Tigers. There's a strike called.
Can you remember whether Hamilton has attempted to bunt for a base hit or not in the series?
I don't believe he did last night. I don't believe he did the first night either, so I'd say no.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is if you have this kind of speed, and there's really no excuses for going 1 for 10 and 1 for 15 when you could simply put the ball on the ground and get yourself some easy base hits, even though they crowd you on the corners.
Big swing there.
He's trying to get the ball in the ballpark. He does have 3 homers.
But he's more likely to win a game for you with his legs.
That's for sure.
Here's the 1-2. Another big swing. Got a piece of that one, though. Tigers down at the bullpen. Wilson, Chamberlain, Hardy. Swing and a miss. Hardy now has his second strikeout. 2 gone.
It's the 3rd time that Hamilton has struck out here tonight. Real nice changeup there thrown by Hardy. Nice fading action on the circle change.
Here's Brandon Phillips with 2 outs. He grounded out each of his last 2 times up. 0 for 4. Pops it up. Back behind home plate. McCann gives a look out of play.
Here's our 1-800 call Sam call of the game. Tyler Collins pinch hit to lead off the 8th inning. Got himself a breaking ball from Matthews and hit it into the first row for his 2nd career pinch hit homer.
At the time, giving the Tigers a 1-run lead, but the Reds would come up with a run, a 2-out run off Jabba Chamberlain in the bottom of the 8th. Ball high to Phillips. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball in the air to right field, not deep at all. J.D. Martinez comes in, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 inning. Blaine Hardy, nice job out of the Tigers' pen. We go to the 10th. For the cycle last night against the Braves. The first time a Red Sox player has done that since John Valentin back in 1996. Orioles hit 8 home runs last night. It was a team record. And the Cubs, they defeated the Indians 17-0 tonight.
Baltimore is starting to heat up a little bit. They're starting to play much better baseball, and their team is getting healthier day by day.
So we'll go to the 10th inning here. Donovan Hand will take over now for the Reds.
His numbers in AAA this year, in 15 games, he pitched 44 innings, had a 4.50 ERA, 26 strikeouts, and 8 base on balls for Donovan.
He will face James McCann to get things started here as we go to the 10th inning in Cincinnati.
And Donovan was relieving and starting in AAA.
First pitch grounded to second base right at Phillips. 1 pitch and 1 out. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Here's Jose Iglesias. Open in.
It's going to end up being a few late nights in a row. The Tigers did not get into Cincinnati last night until about 1:30 a.m.
Chopper to the shortstop. Negron throws him out.
Long night here tonight, and then tomorrow night after the night game they head to New York and won't arrive into New York until the wee hours of the morning, 1:30, 2 a.m.
And so it goes in a major league schedule. Rajay Davis will pinch hit. The bat here with 2 outs, the pitcher spot.
And both managers here tonight emptying their benches. Romine's in the game. He didn't start. Collins has appeared. And now Rajay.
That one stays a little bit up. 1 ball, no strikes on Davis. Strike call. 1-1 on Rajay. Hand is 28 years old. He appeared in the big leagues previously with Milwaukee, and that was part of the 2013 season. He appeared in 31 games out of the bullpen. Way out in front.
Real nice slow breaking ball thrown by Donovan Hand. At only 71 miles an hour. The previous pitch was 93. And then you come back with 77. You'll see quite a few swings like the one that Rajay took.
Thought about going after that one, did not.
Well, if you throw a 2-2.
Davis given time at home plate. Reds will have DeJesus, Frazier, and Bruce due up when we get to the bottom of the 10th. Here's the 2-2. Fouled off. Davis stays alive. There's Ghost waiting on deck, so should Davis reach. Rajay has had 11 at-bats in a pinch hitting role this year. And he's staying alive. The infield was headed back to the dugout. 3-2.
That's a close pitch.
Davis is 1 for 11 as a pinch hitter. Line drive to left center field. That's going to get down. Might be a double. Hamilton goes over to cut it off. Rajay streaking to second base. And he's in with a two-bagger. A 2-out, two-base hit for Davis.
And Rajay saw quite a few pitches from Donovan Hand, and he was thinking two. Right out of the batter's box, and he was able to get to second base, even slowing down and not sliding.
That is just the 5th pinch hit of the season for the Tigers as a team, the 2nd for Davis. Now let's see if they can get him in.
Yeah, 2 of those pinch hits tonight.
Here come the Let's Go Tigers chants. Ghost in the ball game is 1 for 4. Anthony had a single in the 6th inning. And then came around in the Cabrera home run. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Breaking ball spins outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hand is always all the way on the far end of the slab. The first base side of the pitching slab. Ready with the 1-1 pitch. Goes, looks at a strike. Off speed pitch. The count goes 1-2.
Anthony did not think that this was a strike. Yeah, but it looks like a good pitch.
Routed foul. He'll stay alive. Goes 4 hits in the series against the Reds with 1 more to go tomorrow. Same 2 teams tomorrow evening.
He's also stolen a couple of bases in the series.
David Price started this one, still watching from the bench. Did not come in after the 1 hour and 14-minute rain delay. One ball, 2 strikes on Anthony Gose. And it's outside now. 2-2 on Gose. Kinsler waiting on deck. That hit by Davis, just the 5th hit of the night for the Tigers. They also have the pinch hit home run from Tyler Collins, which briefly gave the Tigers a 1-run lead in the 8th. Swing with a miss. Down goes. Nothing comes of the pinch hit double. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 4.
ago, and he was pitching a pretty good game. He gave up 2 runs in the game, one on a squeeze bunt and the other on a solo home run. Then he started to settle in. 6 strikeouts total for David, most of them on that overpowering fastball in the mid-90s.
Well, here are the season splits on David Price. He's seen his last 6 starts now, an ERA of 1.42 and a strikeouts per 9 of over 9. Up from his first 8.
Yeah, last 6 starts he started to use his curveball a whole lot more, David, and getting himself a lot more easier outs.
Here is Albuquerque to take over now out of the Detroit Tigers bullpen.
Albuquerque had a miserable start to the season. That earned run average was up around 7 going into the month of May, but the last month and a half he has pitched some really good baseball, and the ERA starting to inch its way down. 70% of the pitches that Albuquerque throws are sliders. The only other 30% fastball.
Strike 1 and DeJesus who starts it off. 2, 3, and 4 coming up. DeJesus and then Frazier and Bruce. Oh for 4 tonight for DeJesus. Trying to get something started here in the 10th. Ball high, and the count goes 1-1. So Albuquerque follows Hardy. Blaine Hardy, nice job. He struck out the only man he faced in the 8th. Had a 1-2-3 9th. Bouncing ball left side. Romine charging. Nice short hop play to throw him out.
Tigers had a 1-run lead going into the 8th inning with Jabba Chamberlain on the mound. He got 2 quick outs and then a double cut the opposite way that Yoenis couldn't make a play on. The next batter, Brian Pena, well, he got lucky. Hit a ball up the middle, looked like Iglesias was going to at least knock it down, maybe make a play. Hits the bag, Bruce comes home to score to tie the game at 4.
Here's Frazier. Homered back in the 4th. He is 1 for 4.
He had a horrible at-bat against Albuquerque last night, and all the swings that he took in that game last night in which he struck out looked exactly like that first swing that he took on the Albuquerque slider. Don't hang the slider, though.
Frazier, 4 hits in the series, 3 of them homers. Fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes. Can goes down to get that one. 1-2 now on Frazier. Jay Bruce will be next. Been tied at 4 since the 8th inning. Here's the 1-2. He just got a piece of it, staying alive.
Albuquerque can go a couple of different ways here against Frazier. Frazier is looking for a breaking ball because Albuquerque has thrown him so many in the last couple of nights. He can throw him a fastball and he might get strike 3 on the heater as well. McCann put down slider, then fastball, and then slider again. Here comes that fastball. Let's see what he does with it.
Missed it outside, 2-2. Tomorrow night in game 2 in this series, Verlander and Mike Leake. Then it's on to New York for the Tigers, a 3-game weekend series against the Yankees. Their first trip into the Bronx. Time call.
I don't know for sure, but Verlander, he may be back at the clubhouse in the hotel already, getting a good night's rest. Long game here tonight.
Yeah, pretty soon we'll be able to say later tonight it's game 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Albuquerque strikes him out again.
Frazier just can't pick up the slider. Every last one up well off the plate, and he just continued to swing at him.
Here is Jay Bruce with 2 outs. Two doubles and a single. And a big night for Bruce. Ball high, 1-0. They'll play the shift on against Bruce. They've got Kinsler deep at second, down to the outfield grass. Romine stays put on the left side of the infield. That's low, and the count goes 2-0. Now he's gone 3-0. There's Brian Pena waiting on deck. It was Pena that delivered the game-tying hit in the bottom of the 8th, a single off the bag at second. That's line to left field. That'll get down a base hit and a big night tonight for Bruce.
His last couple of hits have gone the opposite way. Earlier in the game, he played hit ball down the right field line for a double.
It'll be a 4-hit game for Jay Bruce, and now the winning run is on with 2 outs. Here is Brian Pena. He's had a nice night, 3 for 4. He's got his average up to 300.
Bruce has 5 steals, but he's been caught 4 times this year.
Man, Pena almost one-handed that thing, 0-1.
Pena swung at that fastball like he knew it was coming.
Albuquerque taking over here in the 10th inning after Hardy went 1 1/3. They'll chase Bruce back. Line drive down the right field line. Fair ball is going to go to the corner. Bruce on his way to third. They are going to send him home. Kinsler's relay to the plate. The slide. He is out at home plate.
Perfectly executed play there.
Kinsler saves the day with the relay throw to the plate. We'll see if the Reds want to challenge. They do not. Kinsler, great play. season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, the Reds almost won the ball game on a double down the line by Brian Pena, but Ian Kinsler with a terrific relay throw to nail the runner at the plate.
Well, this is what they practice in spring training. It's perfectly executed. J.D. Martinez gets over in the corner. He comes up. He fires a strike to Ian Kinsler. Ian not taking anything for granted. Ian was basically turning his body to make the throw to home plate when that ball got in his glove, and that made the difference in McCann getting the ball in a timely enough manner to apply the tag to the back foot of Jay Bruce. Perfectly executed.
And a great reach back by McCann as well to make that tag on Bruce. So it'll be Kinsler to start things off as we go to the 11th inning. It is still a 4-4 game. Reds have out hit the Tigers 11-5. Ian sends a high fly ball to left field. Schumacher is under it, and one pitch, one out. Now, and we'll have to deal with Miguel Cabrera. Miggy hit that 3-run homer off Cueto in the 6th inning, giving the Tigers a 1-run lead. His 15th home run of the year, and Cabrera now with 51 RBIs. Ball 1 to Cabrera.
They will pitch very carefully to Miguel, and they're really not all that concerned if they walk him.
One ball, one strike.
And that was a mistake pitch there by Hand. You saw Pena, the catcher, leading him by patting the glove on the plate. He wanted that ball down, and he left it up. And Miggy had a great swing. And look at the leadership here of Pena. He wants that ball down. And that ball stayed right over the heart of the plate for Miggy.
Hand came on in the 9th inning. Or the 10th rather, and gave up a double to Rajay Davis, but no damage. Now he's pitching here in the 11th. And that one stays high. 2 balls, 1 strike on Miguel. And played his college ball at Jacksonville State University. Spent 8 years in the minor leagues and briefly got a chance with Milwaukee a couple of years ago. Now it's 3-1. Yoenis Cespedes on deck, 0 for 4. Ball game has been tied since each team got a run in the 8th inning. That stays way up, and Cabrera will take his walk. Go ahead runners on now for the Tigers.
You're starting to see more and more managers, even when they have already given a verbal sign or a sign to the catcher to tell that particular pitcher, don't pitch to that particular hitter in the batter's box. They're pitching around guys more and more by just throwing balls out of the strike zone versus the conventional intentional base on balls. There are some managers that believe that guy in the on-deck circle, you give him extra incentive when you walk that guy in front of him.
Well, here is Cespedes. Yoenis looks at a strike, 0-1.
And because Hand had no difficulty at throwing strikes whatsoever since coming into the game.
Little miss inside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Cespedes.
It almost looks like Hand is throwing a screwball up there. He is really turning that changeup over. It's got a lot of movement into the right-handed hitters.
Chapman came on in the 9th, struck out the side, then Hand in the 10th, and now as well in the 11th. 1-2 on Yoenis. Hand trying to navigate through the middle of the Tigers lineup. J.D. Martinez waiting on deck. Cespedes struck out in his last at bat. That was against Chapman. Bouncing ball left side. It's short. Tough play. Negron to second. That's all they get. And so Cespedes aboard via the fielder's choice. That'll bring up J.D. Martinez. Who was also struck out by Chapman in the 9th. J.D. has fanned twice tonight. He's 0 for 4. 265 average now for Martinez.
If Yoenis Cespedes is able to pick out one of these real slow breaking balls that Hand's been throwing since coming into the game, he can steal a base.
We see how well Cespedes runs the base paths, especially from home to first, and it's kind of surprising that this year he has stolen only 3 and he's been caught 4 times.
Right.
Swing and a miss. 0-1 on J.D. Martinez.
But against that pitch right there, if he could guess correctly, he would be able to steal a base. A pitch thrown at 70 miles an hour.
Martinez, a 10-game hitting streak on the line. Same with Cespedes, who was hitless tonight. And sail outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Little miss inside and low. 2-1 on J.D. J.D. hit a 2-run homer in the Monday game back at Comerica, which put that game pretty much out of reach for the Tigers. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on J.D. Martinez. He came in batting .340 in the interleague play tonight, but they've been able to hold him in check. Now Hand looking for that final strike here in the 11th. Cespedes still anchored to first base. Runner goes. Drilled to right field, but it's going to go foul. And Cespedes will head back to first base. J.D. finds a gap here. Tigers would take the lead. Only 5 Detroit hits tonight as we play here in the 11th inning, and that's mainly because of Johnny Cueto earlier in this game. Did not give up much until the 3-run homer to Cabrera in the 6th. Cueto at one point retiring 13 consecutive Tigers. Runner holds this time and is driven in the air down the right field line. To the corner it goes. It is slicing. And that'll go foul back into the seats. Martinez taking a shot at that foul pole in right. Meanwhile, Brian Pena heading out to the mound. And there's a happy Reds fan.
Meanwhile, Yoenis Cespedes is getting his sprints in.
There's Romine waiting on deck. Throw back, and Cespedes heading back in there.
Tigers desperately need a win here tonight. The Kansas City Royals have already won their game. And so currently the Tigers are 4.5 games behind Kansas City.
Oh, he hit him. J.D. Martinez has drilled on a 2-2 pitch. And that's going to put runners at first and second. Took for the team the hard way there.
Well, Hand continued to throw J.D. Martinez fastballs outside, and J.D. was looking at the ball to right field. Then he threw a two-seamer inside. J.D. couldn't get out of the way. Got him right in the ribs.
That didn't sound good at all. Martinez now will slowly walk to first base. And so the Tigers now have the go-ahead run at second base.
And Tigers have one position player left, and that would be Brian Holiday.
So here's Romine. Romine, before striking out looking in the ninth inning against Aroldis Chapman, gave him all he could handle. Fouled off quite a few pitches, quite a few 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. That's it for a strike, 0-1. We're in Cincinnati tonight at Great American Ballpark. The Tigers and the Reds opening up this series. 2-game set. Mario and Pemba. Ron Allen, happy you're still with us tonight. Tigers looking for an extra inning win. Here's the 0-1. Missing outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Romine has done his best work batting left-handed this year. His batting average is .324 when facing a right-handed pitcher.
Bender that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1 on Romine. And now has thrown 36 pitches since coming on in the 10th inning. Tigers threatening with 2 on, 2 outs. And another Bender. This one drops in. At 69 miles an hour, 2-2.
He's got a lot of confidence in that pitch.
Cespedes at second and Martinez at first. Romine swings and strikes out. And pitching around the jam here in the 11th. And this one rolls on to the bottom of the 11th inning. In Cincinnati, it's tied at 4. ball game. Al Albuquerque going back out to the mound. Albuquerque had to get some help from his defense after giving up a single and a double in the 10th. They threw out the winning run at home plate to keep this a tie game. Hand is leading off here in the bottom of the 11th. And he looks at a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Schumacher then Negron to follow. Hand is a hitter, his 091 career. And he shoots that one a line right to the shortstop Iglesias.
Chevrolet brings you the high-strength steal. Bottom half of the 10th inning after a base hit by Jay Bruce, a double in the right field corner by Brian Pena, but the relay, cutoff and relay was executed beautifully by J.D. Martinez. Kinsler got the ball in his glove, and Bruce was already 5 steps past the bag, but a perfect throw to McCann and a nice tag by James.
That kept this game alive. There's a strike called on Schumacher.
That's a perfect example of just how good you have to be on that particular play. You can't bounce the ball to Kinsler if you're J.D. Martinez. If you're Kinsler, you have to get yourself in a position to throw. I mean, as soon as the ball gets into your glove, and they worked it to perfection.
Once that ball got to the corner, you knew that they were just going to send Bruce home and hope they could get him home. And you make them execute that play, and they did. Johnny Cueto also watching the action from his dugout. He looked like he was going to cruise tonight.
He looked good. I was impressed with Cueto.
A sprayed foul back into the seats. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Schumacher.
Cueto made his mistake by trying to get Mickey out for the 3rd time.
Tiger fan with that souvenir. Give it back.
That's good, big brother.
If you didn't see earlier here, the comparisons now between the 2 starters, Cueto and Price. David had 6 strikeouts, 4 for Cueto. Here's the ball high. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Schumacher. He came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th. Chance to put his team ahead, but he struck out. And the 2-2. It's low. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Reds came into this one with only 2 wins in interleague play this year, 2-8. Of course, the one they got last night in Detroit, and they also beat the White Sox once earlier this year. Tigers out of the bullpen tonight have gone with Wilson after the rain delay, then Jabba, then Hardy, and now Albuquerque. Schumacher fouls off another. Former St. Louis Cardinal Skip Schumacher, in fact, a couple of years ago, was an everyday player for them. 2008, 2009 was a member of their World Series team in 2011.
Walt Jocketty, who is now the president and general manager here in Cincinnati, used to run the St. Louis Cardinals organization.
And he walked it. The winning run is on now for the Cardinals.
So Walt Jocketty very familiar with Skip Schumacher.
They'll bring in Christopher Negron.
Schumacher has no steals this year, but If you're the Cincinnati Reds, you know that Albuquerque throws a lot of sliders. It might be a situation where they force the issue and try to get a runner into scoring position.
He'll draw a throw. And Schumacher in the big leagues has never really been a big base stealer. When he came up in the minor leagues, he was a guy that would steal between 18 and 20 a year. That's a balk by Albuquerque. Oh, that is the last thing the Tigers needed here. He gives them 90 feet.
I don't know what Albuquerque is thinking here. I mean, he turned to throw, but he just kind of stopped before releasing the ball, and that caused the ball. Take a look at it.
Is it a couple of years ago where he had the walk-off balk?
I remember the balk.
Yeah.
The walk-off balk. I just don't remember when it was.
I think it was in Cleveland. I can't remember exactly. It was Cleveland.
Might have been last year.
Was it?
May have been.
Well, now the winning run in scoring position. Oh, and 1 on Negron. Little pop-up foul straight back. No balls, 2 strikes.
Tigers outfielders are playing very shallow right now, and all 3 outfielders have good arms. Cespedes, an exceptional arm in left. Ghost, a plus arm. And JD also has a good, strong, accurate throwing arm. So there'll be a play at the plate if Negron is able to connect for a base hit.
Swing and a miss. He will not. Second out of the inning. His walk-off balk was last May in the 13th inning in Cleveland.
Good slider there thrown by Albuquerque.
So here is Hamilton now with 2 outs. Winning run stays at second base. Hamilton is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in this game, and McCann goes out to the mound now to have a chat with Albuquerque.
Albuquerque has thrown a total of 30 pitches.
Ball 1 to Hamilton as McCann has to give up his body to block that one. You really have to feel for catchers in games like this when you get into the 10th, 11th, 12th innings and beyond. All the up and down the catchers have done.
And Brad might have to give him the night off tomorrow night.
Way inside, 2-0. Brandon Phillips on deck.
Albuquerque has as much confidence in throwing his slider behind 2-0 as he does his fastball. But if you're Hamilton in the batter's box, you must look for your fastball.
Ground ball foul down the first base line.
He threw him that slider and he was out in front of it.
Four in the 11th. Winning run at second base with 2 outs. Albuquerque trying to get it to the 12th. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Hamilton. On the ground to first, off of Miggy. Will he have time? Safe. And the winning run moves to third. Hamilton running. They barely had a chance there, and that ball came up and apparently got Cabrera right in the face. Here comes Kevin Rand. Get it on the bridge of the nose or the eye. Yeah, it's the nose they're looking at.
It's already starting to swell.
It is indeed, and bruising up as well. Cabrera says he's all right. Did all he could once that thing caromed off his face. They rule that a base hit, so that will leave runners at first and third, bring up Brandon Phillips. Brian Ausmus had a chat with Albuquerque.
Now, the chat was with the entire infield and James McCann included. And what they were discussing is the first and third situation here. If Hamilton takes off for second base, he told everybody what James McCann will do with the baseball, whether he'll throw through or whether he'll simply just hold the ball.
So here's Phillips. And he takes ball one high. First and third for the Reds with 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 11th and a 4-4 tie. Schumacher the winning run at third. That's in for a strike. 1-1. Same spot. One was a ball, one was a strike.
I know, right?
I mean, literally.
It's been a long night for Tim Timmons, too.
A little bit outside, 2-1 now on Brandon Phillips.
If you're Brandon, you know by now that more than likely Albuquerque will throw you another slider here, even though the count is in your favor.
They'll get back into the seats. 2-2 on Phillips.
94-mile-per-hour fastball thrown by Albuquerque in the 2-1 pitch, and he located it in a very nice area.
DeJesus on deck. And the 2-2. High, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Schumacher walked with 1 out, was balked to second. 1 out later, a single by Hamilton off the bridge of the nose of Cabrera leaves runners at first and third. Swing and a miss to strike him out, and Albuquerque doing a big time dance on the mound.
Tough night for Brandon Phillips, 0 for 6. That might have been a little bit too much there, Albuquerque.
Yeah, I think so. Albuquerque was almost breakdancing on the mound.
That Papa Grande.
So the Reds threaten, do not score. They leave 2 on. We move along to the 12th. 1 hour and 14 minutes. That happened at the top of the 6th inning. Tyler Collins hit a pinch hit solo homer in the 8th to give the Tigers the lead. But then Brian Pena, RBI single off the bag at second, tied the game. And that's where we stand now as we go to the top of the 12th. And McCann stands in. James looks at a ball inside, 1-0.
And because of that 1 hour and 14-minute rain delay, and David Price and Johnny Cueto, tonight's starters, neither able to return.
McCann in this ball game is 0 for 3 with a walk. And he takes a ball outside, run the count to 2-0.
Hand has done a very nice job of keeping the Tigers hitters off balance with that a 93-mile-per-hour four-seam fastball, about 87 with his two-seamer, and then he'll go all the way down to 69 with a curveball.
And now he's gone. Nope, it's a strike, and well, McCann didn't like it.
Well, the strike zone's gotten big all of a sudden for Tim Timmons in the last couple of innings.
2 balls, 1 strike.
And if you're McCann, you can't beef too much because you have to go spend some time really close to the home plate umpire.
That's inside. Now the count 3-1. This is the deepest that both teams have played into a game this season. The Tigers have played 11 innings, so have the Reds. Grounded foul in on his hands that time. 3-2. Reds are 2-5 in extra inning games. Tigers are 3-2.
Here's where you really have to lock in as a hitter, and not just the Tigers, but on both sides. You really have to concentrate. You can't try to win the game by yourself, and just try to have a quality at bat. Take what the pitcher gives you and keep the chain moving. A lot of guys in extra innings, everybody tries to hit home runs.
Ground ball slowly towards short and a grown to his left. McCann running hard, and he is still out, 1 gone. That'll bring up Jose Iglesias, the Tigers' bottom of the lineup facing Hand here, who came on in the 10th inning. Tigers have had some base runners against Hand, a double by Davis in the 10th. Walk and a hit batter in the 11th. Strike call.
It appears that he can throw that little slow breaking ball over the plate whenever he wants to.
Oh, 0-2 now on Iglesias. .46 pitches now for Hand out of their bullpen. And there's more action for the Tigers. Kroll is the lefty. Soria is the righty. Up and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Starting to look like both managers are hoping that they will get some length from their starters tomorrow night, and that's going to be Verlander and Leake to wind up this series. Lifted to center field, base hit. Line drive single for Iglesias. The go-ahead run is on now for the Tigers. So Brian Holiday now is going to pinch hit. Holiday for the pitcher spot.
And Brian Holiday, the last position player on the Tigers bench. Josh Wilson is still down there, excuse me.
That is the 6th hit for the Tigers. They've been doubled up in that category, 12-6. And a strike call to Holiday. See if Iglesias is thinking of getting into scoring position.
It would be a wise thing to do.
Tigers pinch hitters today have been pretty successful. The home run by Collins and a double by Rajai Davis.
Iglesias has 8 steals on the year. He's been caught 5 times.
Here's the 0-1 pitch out, but nothing going on. Reds thought there might be something going.
If you're Brian Price and you're convinced that Iglesias is going to try to steal a base, so you could pitch out again. You don't see it very often, but every now and then you will see a manager and pitch out on consecutive pitches.
Runner not going, and they did it. They pitched out on back-to-back pitches, but again, Iglesias not going anywhere. 2-1.
And Brian Price, former pitching coach, 4 years as the Reds pitching coach before getting an opportunity to manage last year, now in his 2nd year as the manager of the Cincinnati Reds. He's always been known as a really good pitching coach.
Now the runner goes. Here comes Pena's throw. It's not in time. Stolen base.
Iglesias knew they wouldn't pitch out again. And Brian Pena very mechanical with his throw down to second base, and it sailed on the second baseman, Phillips. 9 steals now for Jose.
Now, can they get him in? Holiday ahead of the count, 3-1. Grounded foul, 3-2 now on Brian Holiday. Holiday was 2 out of 6 on the last homestand for the Tigers. He has seen McCann get most of the playing time with Alex Avila still on the disabled list. The word on Alex is that he's going to catch a bullpen sometime in New York over the weekend, and he's got to do that before the Tigers will consider the next move.
Alex is trying to do everything to prevent himself from having surgery, which would probably end his season if it got down to that.
Here's the 3-2. Holiday just got a piece of that breaking ball. Alex was out running and throwing again today before the game. Reported that he felt good. Iglesias trying to fend off the bugs out there at second base. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Holiday is gone. There are 2 outs. So here's Ghost. This will be his 6th at bat of the night. Anthony 1 for 5 so far, had a single and scored on the Cabrera home run in the 6th. Go ahead run at second base, single and a steal for Iglesias. Ghost trying to get him in. And he shoots it foul back to the screen, 0-1. Astros, who's on base 5 times in the first 2 games. And again, he has singled and scored here tonight. Boy, Hand has just dropped that pitch in all night long.
And he throws it so slow that it's really been disrupting the timing of the majority of the Tigers' hitters. Iglesias finally waited on one, and he was able to single sharply into the outfield. And then when he throws you that fastball at about 87, it looks like it's 100 miles an hour.
Ghost right now just trying to find the outfield grass here. We'll take a bloop. We'll take a bleeder. There's a bouncing ball back up the middle. Grown, quick throw, got him. And we got neither. So we go to the bottom of the 12th, and we are still tied at 4. Justin Verlander will be on the hill tomorrow night for the Tigers, his second start off the DL, and he's part of the upcoming pitching matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet.
Mike Leake, he's a gamer. And he checks in with a 4.35 ERA, but he's not afraid. He will come right after the Tigers tomorrow all night long.
So here come the Reds now as we go to the bottom of the 12th inning in a 4-4 tie. Ian Kroll is the new Tigers pitcher. And he'll face Ivan DeJesus to lead it off, and he starts him off with a strike, 0-1.
Top 2 hitters in the Cincinnati Reds batting order here tonight, Phillips and DeJesus Jr. 0 for 11.
Ooh. 0 for 5 for DeJesus. The 0-1 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. A couple of ground balls, strikeouts, 2 of them, and a fly ball in his 5 at bats. Fouled that one off. 1-1, or 1-2 rather. DeJesus, when he was a kid, was actually a bad boy for the Houston Astros. His dad at the time, DeJesus Sr., was a hitting instructor in the Astros organization. So Junior was around the game growing up.
It's one of the advantages you have if your dad is a big leaguer. You can always hang around the ballpark with Dad.
Bouncer back toward the middle. Kinsler waits on it. Has time and throws him out by a step. 1 gone here in the 12th. Here's what the Reds have done tonight. Rod talked about the top of the lineup, man. Now they're 0 for 12.
Solo shot for Frazier. He has 1 hit in that 3 slot, but 8 hits between Bruce and Brian Pena.
Yikes.
They've done most of the damage.
They nearly connected for the winning run in the 10th inning when Pena doubled, but Bruce was thrown out at the plate. Here's Todd Frazier. Kroll misses low and away, 1-0.
Well, you wonder if they give Frazier the same treatment here as the Cincinnati Reds gave Miguel the last time Miggy was up. They didn't give him anything to hit. He has 21 homers this year. And he's already homered 3 times in the series against Detroit.
2-0. Risky putting the winning run on, but he can also end it with 1 swing of the bat. 2 balls, no strikes. 2-1 on Frazier.
Here's the home run that Frazier hit earlier in the game. It was a fastball that was up in the mid-90s. He got on top of it, and he hit it into right center field. The only home run he's hit to right field all year of his 21.
In there, a strike call.
He must have been sitting on something soft, another changeup, because he took a fastball that was right down the middle.
Kroll replaces Albuquerque. Al went the 10th and the 11th. Hardy went an inning and a third tonight. Jabba pitching in the 8th as well. And Wilson out of the Tigers bullpen. Here's the 2-2. High, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Grounded foul.
Frazier's got one thing on his mind, doesn't he?
Ending it.
Yes, he does. He is trying to pull everything.
Frazier has hit safely in his last 6. The home run that he hit tonight now gives him 94 home runs, so it puts him 6 shy of 100 for his career. This is a foul straight back. Three and 2, the count stays on Frazier facing Kroll here in the 12th. All tied at 4. It's been that way since the 8th inning tonight. And he lost him, ball 4. 1 out, base on balls. Bring up Jay Bruce.
Jay Bruce, since the beginning of the 2010 season, has hit more home runs against left-handed pitchers than anybody in the major leagues. 53 homers against left-handed pitching since the beginning of 2010. Albert Pujols is second on the list. He's hit 49 against left-handers.
Yeah, he got one against Kyle Ryan last night. He also doubled against Price early in the game today. And now he faces another lefty in Kroll. Strike 1 on Bruce.
Lefties don't bother him. He's actually much better from a batting average standpoint against lefties than he is against right-handers.
There's a base hit to left field. He went the other way with it. Frazier going to try and get to third. Here's the throw from Cespedes, not in time. Frazier is able to get to third base.
That cannot happen.
Oh, my goodness.
Yoenis Cespedes. really took his time coming in on this base hit the opposite way, and Frazier ran right in his face, even though Cespedes has one of your stronger throwing arms from that position. 5th hit of the night for Bruce. Cespedes comes in kind of nonchalant, and Frazier never stopped.
So it should be 1st and 2nd, but it's now 1st and 3rd. Frazier fired up. Winning run now, just 90 feet away.
And now Brad with some instructions for how they want to play this situation, whether they walk the bases loaded or whether they do something else.
Jake Bruce has just picked up his first career 5-hit game. What a night. And now the guy coming up has 4 hits. That's Pena. So Brad continues his talk with his entire infield. Tim Timmons out there to break it up. 1st and 3rd, only 1 out. It started with a walk to Frazier, now a single by Bruce. Now here's Pena trying to defeat his former team. He almost did it with a double in the 10th, but the winning run was cut down at the plate. Johnny Cueto still watching the action. So here is Pena. Outfield shallow against Pena with the winning run at 3rd. Way inside, 1-0. McCann, nice job to go down and get that one.
Up the middle, Tigers are playing doubles depth. Playing for 2 with Kinsler and Iglesias.
David Price also still hanging out. The marquee matchup tonight was cut short because of the rain. Here's the 1-0. Instead, he'll go to first base. 4-4 game in the 12th. The Reds are threatening. 13 hits now for Cincinnati.
Yeah, Reds scored their first run of the evening way back in the 2nd inning. It was on a squeeze play.
Well, tip it to the glove, 1-1. That was Suarez back in the 2nd. Frazier, the winning run at 3rd. Foul straight back.
Here's the first run of the game. Suarez laid down a perfect squeeze with Bruce on 3rd base. Bruce did not leave too soon, therefore it wasn't tipped, and David Price made a nice play just to get the out at 1st.
Again as Pena continues to hang tough. Pitcher spot is due next. Tucker Barnhart has moved the on-deck circle. Cole needs ground ball in the worst way right here. Pop up, foul ground, Miggy giving chase, but it's going to head back into the seats. Lorenzen, who was the starter last night, has moved to the on-deck circle. They've told Barnhart to come back to the bench. Lorenzen, pretty good hitter for a pitcher.
He is. You talked about the way that he swung the bat at Cal State Fullerton last night.
And they have used him as a pinch hitter previously this year.
He's not an easy out.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Brian Pena with 4 hits already in the game here tonight. He has never had a 5-hit game in his major league career.
One and 2. Kroll about to throw his 20th pitch. Ground ball, Miggy has it, tags the bag 1. They call it a foul ball. They've called it a foul ball. Out was signaled at home by Timmons. Doesn't matter though. Foul was called at first base by Todd Tichenor. Frazier came barreling home. He clearly called it foul, and he was waving his hands. Brad might come out for an explanation.
It's a good heads-up play by Miguel nonetheless. And grabbing that ball, not knowing that it was going to be called foul, tagging the bag, and then knowing that Frazier would come home, fired home.
That's barely foul. So it stays 1 and 2, runners at first and third. Popped him up. Foul ground, first base side. Kinsler makes the play. And Pena's retired, 2 gone. Kroll needs 1 more out. Now they're going to pinch hit a pitcher. Here is Lorenzen. So you don't see it very often, but there are times when you get a guy, a pitcher that is, that can handle the bat a little bit. Lorenzen is 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. We mentioned last night during his start that he was a really good two-way player at Cal State Fullerton, was an outstanding center fielder, hit over 300 with some home runs as a Titan.
Mike Leake, who is pitching tomorrow night against the Tigers, is even better hitter than Lorenzen. But he has probably already gone home for the evening.
So the winning run remains at third base. Runner goes to second, swing and a miss by Lorenzen, 0-1. No stolen base, defensive indifference. Kroll's got to be thinking, there ain't no way I'm giving up a hit here to a pitcher.
That's exactly what he's thinking. He's got to execute.
Second and third with 2 outs. Inside, almost hit him. 1 ball, 1 strike on Michael Lorenzen.
He was the winning pitcher at Comerica Park in last night's game. He did that with his arm. Now he's trying to do it with a bat.
Went 6 innings last night to defeat the Tigers. Swing and a miss.
No tardy on the fastballs at 95 miles an hour that Kroll is throwing.
1-2. Fouled straight back. Lorenzen got a piece of that one. Again at 95 from Kroll. Frazier got it started with a 1-out walk, then a single by Bruce, but runners at first and third. Pena popped up, and now Lorenzen hitting for Hand. Swing and a miss to strike him out, and the threat is over. So the Reds put runners at first and third, but they can't score, and that means we go to the 13th. Kinsler, Cabrera, and then Cespedes coming up.
They missed one in the 10th inning when Bruce tried to score a double down in the right field corner off the bat of Brian Pena. And then you had Brandon Phillips striking out in the 11th inning. And then you had Ian Kroll doing a nice job with the runner on third, less than 2 outs, a pop-up and a strikeout. And to the pitcher, Lorenzen. The Cincinnati Reds played a game on Sunday night in Chicago. And they had 12 runners in scoring position in that particular game and only scored 1 run. And they had 5 in scoring position in innings 10 and 11 and couldn't push a run across.
We're the same for them here tonight as Burke Badenhop takes over out of the Reds bullpen. And Badenhop will face, well, the teeth of the Tigers lineup. You got Kinsler, Cabrera, Cespedes. If anybody gets on, Martinez. 4-4 game in the 13th inning. Longest game innings-wise for the Tigers this year. Ball missing outside. 1 ball and no strikes on Kinsler. He's got a walk in the double in this game, plus a run scored. One and one. Badenhop last year was in Boston. 70 appearances out of their bullpen. It's fouled away. Badenhop in the Tigers system prior to the trade which sent him to the Marlins for Miguel Cabrera, part of that deal. Got as high as Double-A area. That was it. And then after the trade, pitched 13 games for the Marlins in the big leagues. That first year he was there. He has since bounced around to Tampa, Milwaukee, and Boston. Here's the 1-2. Drill down the left field line. That ball is hooking foul.
– 13 pitchers used tonight and a total of 402 pitches thrown, and by both teams.
And Kinsler unable to stop the swing. Down he goes.
A nice confrontation at the beginning of this game between Johnny Cueto and Miguel Cabrera. And Johnny Cueto, he won round one. He also won round two. Nice slider to strike Miggy out. Miggy lined out to the shortstop his second time up, and this is where it gets interesting. Fastball off the plate. Miguel Cabrera connects for a 3-run home run. Tigers held the lead momentarily.
It was the 15th homer for Cabrera. Foul that one back out of play. Reds have left 6, or make it 11 on base tonight. The Tigers have left 6. Tigers have had only 6 hits the entire night. Miggy let that one go by. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's a well-located breaking ball thrown by Badenhop. You can't get hurt in that area where you just threw that last pitch.
High, towering fly ball into left field. Schumacher wait for that thing to fall, and it finally does. 2 gone.
Miggy got himself a hanging breaking ball inside, and he just jammed himself. Usually when you see the breaking ball come out of the hand, you're looking for it to be outside. This one stayed up and in to Miggy, and he just couldn't barrel it up. Couldn't get there quick enough.
Two down now for Cespedes. Ball 1 to Cespedes. So his 10-game hitting streak on the line. He'll get another shot here. He is 0 for 5. Two and 0. Hand gave them 3 innings out of the bullpen. Badenhop taking over here in the 13th. He's gone 3-0 on Cespedes. He takes a hack on 3-0. 3-1 on Yoenis.
When your manager does give you the green light on a 3-0 fastball, the last thing that he wants to see is that ball fouled off toward the right field line. He'd like to see Cespedes turn on something.
Badenhop ready with the 3-1. Drill to right field. Ball is hit well, but it's on a line. Doesn't get under it enough. Bruce runs it down. Going to be a 1-2-3 inning. To the bottom of the 13th we go.
kind of had an understanding of where that line was between sufficient and insufficient evidence. That line is blurry now. There's been a number of calls this year that I think a year ago would have been overturned. I'm not sure I have a solution for it, but I think it's moving backwards.
The words of Brad Ausmus last night. He was very frustrated. Of course, that play at home plate in which Anthony Ghost was called out turned out to be a big play. They reviewed that. The Tigers thought that he slid underneath the tag. It appeared that he did, but Anthony was still called out because they did not have sufficient a look on that replay to say that he was out. So they kept the call on the field.
I kind of agree with Brad. There has been several calls this year where we were up here and we thought that it was clear cut whether they change it or whether the call would stand, and they didn't either. So, I mean, it is a little different this year.
Frustrated indeed. There were a couple of calls that went against the Tigers last night that appeared were going to go their way.
They've lost quite a few challenges already this year, and they were pretty good when they challenged last year.
Schumacher looks at a ball outside. 1-2 the count on the leadoff man here in the 13th for the Reds. Float that one back in the seats. 1-2 the count stays. Schumacher came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th and struck out. He walked in the 11th. Did not score. Negron waiting on deck. And is back up the middle into center, base hit. Another hit for the Reds. Leadoff man on here in the 13th. Schumacher now becomes the winning run. So we'll see what Negron is up there to do. Sitting only 143, is 0 for 3 tonight. Fourteenth hit for Cincinnati. And he pops up a bunt. It's going to drop foul.
Really nice pitch there by Kroll. Knowing that Negron is up there to bunt, the fastball was up in the strike zone. He got the pop up, but couldn't get to it. It's a pitch up in the strike zone. You might as well throw the next fastball up around the letters as well.
And again he pops up a bunt. So he won't be able to move the runner up.
Well, he might give him the bunt again.
Taking a good long look down at Jim Riggleman down in the coaching box in third.
He's hitting only a bucket some change. That might be his best opportunity to make him bunt again, although he has not looked all that comfortable on the first 2 attempts.
He's bunting. Third time's the charm. Oh, it's bobbled by Kroll, but he still has enough time to throw him out at first base. And disaster written all over it. Sacrifice. That'll move the winning run up to second.
And Ian Kroll pounced off the mound to get it, and he thought about going to second base. Didn't field it cleanly when he turned, but he didn't panic. It's a good call there by Brian Price, the manager of the Cincinnati Reds. Forcing Negron into bunting with 2 strikes.
So here is Hamilton, who singled in the 11th. His only hit tonight, he has fanned 3 times.
He swings the bat much better right-handed than he does left-handed.
Checked it high. Did he go? Home plate umpire said he did. No balls, 1 strike. Hamilton disagreeing.
Well, he wanted the home plate umpire to get some help.
Way high. Laid off that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Phillips waiting on deck, and he is 0 for 6. Kroll ready with the 1-1. Way outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Kroll in the 12th inning took over. Got a little bit dicey. They put runners at first and third with 1 out, but couldn't score. Three and 1 now on Hamilton. That's going to bring McCann out to the mound.
And very important for Ian Kroll to throw some strikes here to Billy Hamilton. And more important to get him out. That way Brad can walk Brandon Phillips. Even though Brandon is 0 for 6 in the game, Kroll would have a better chance at getting out the youngster DeJesus Jr. than Brandon Phillips. But he's got to get Hamilton.
Soria warming up in the Detroit bullpen. 3-1 pitch. He lost it, ball 4.
And now he's got to pitch to Brandon.
So 2 men on now for the Reds, and they've been threatening every inning, every extra inning. Here comes Brad Ausmus.
Double switch.
Yep. So Phillips due up, and Brad pulls out the lineup card. So does Tim Timmons. Soria is going to come trotting into this one. .12 wins, which is tied for first in the major leagues in that span.
2006 was the first year that Jim Leland took over as the skipper.
Yeah, Tigers had great success against the National League under Leland. Now Joakim Soria, the Tigers closer, coming on here in the 13th.
And Joakim has had a very nice year. He's only blown a couple of saves this year. The earned run average is at 178. It usually comes into the game for a clean inning, not with runners on base.
So Wilson now is at second. Kinsler out of the game. And now Brandon Phillips, who walks in with an 0 for 6. but he's trying to win it for the Reds.
Joakim Soria has inherited 6 base runners this year, and not one of those have come around to score.
Schumacher and Hamilton, the runners. Phillips swings and misses 0-1. Here is Soria's 0-1 pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike on Phillips. Phillips came in batting .300, but the average, thanks to his 0 for 6, down to .292. Two and 1. Jesus waiting on deck. This is the 6th man coming out of the bullpen for the Tigers in this game. A game that was delayed by 1 hour and 14 minutes because of rain. And will be delayed further here now as McCann goes out to the mound. Schumacher got it started with the base hit. He's standing at second base right now after Hamilton walked. They did sacrifice Schumacher to second. And Phillips trying to end it. Here's the 2-1. 3-1 on Brandon Phillips. Verlander tomorrow in the second and final game in this series, facing Mike Leake. It's actually later today, to be technically correct. Here's the 3-1. There's a base hit to left. It's hit hard right at Cespedes. They're going to hold the runner at third. Phillips with a solid single to left field. They are loaded up now. No chance they were going to send Schumacher now with the arm of Cespedes.
Wise decision made there by Jim Riggleman, the third base coach, former manager.
The ball was laced by Phillips.
He was stopping Schumacher before he even got to third base. That's why the at-bat to Hamilton was so important.
Here is Ivan De Jesus. And he also is 0 for 6. They are loaded up now with 1 out. Foul straight back. He had a rip. De Jesus has grounded out each of the last 3 times. Soria trying to get one of those here to get him out of this jam. Here's the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Cincinnati 206 on the season with runners in scoring position. They are 4 for 13 in tonight's game.
They clearly had the best opportunities in extra innings. They had a runner thrown out at the plate. Strike call.
Yeah, Tigers have been dodging bullets since the 10th inning.
And again, 11 men left on base in this game for the Reds. And they've got 3 more men on here in the 13th. Missed inside, even the count at 2-2. Todd Frazier waiting on deck. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. De Jesus is out of there. 2 gone. And Soria still has 1 more big out to get.
Rough night for De Jesus Jr. 0 for 7.
David Price still loving it. He's still out there. So is Cueto. The 2 starters long have been departed from this game, but they're still hanging out.
Leading by example.
Now here's Frazier with 2 away.
First ever meeting between these two, Soria and Frazier.
Swing and a miss. 0-1. Frazier lost his helmet.
He has not looked good the last couple of at-bats, swinging at those breaking balls that Albuquerque was throwing, and now this real slow breaking ball thrown by Soria.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. We're in the 13th. Bounce in, and McCann able to stop it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Frazier not chasing that one. Frazier had himself a walk in the 12th. He's also homered in this game, a solo shot that came way back in the 4th inning. Reds built an early 2-0 lead, then Cabrera hit the 3-run homer. Fouled off, and now it's 1-2. So Soria 1 strike away from leaving him loaded here. Tigers, if they can get it to the 14th, would have Martinez, Romine, McCann. Got to get there first. Driven in the air, deep into center field, goes on the run, still going back, and that ball is going to be a game winner. It's a grand slam home run for Frazier to end the game in the 13th.
Frazier did not look good swinging at the breaking balls his last 2 times up, but a hanging breaking ball thrown by Soria, and he didn't miss it. That's his 4th home run in the last 2 days against Tigers pitching.
A walk-off grand slam home run in the 13th. Frazier, the hero tonight for the Reds. They're a walk-off winner.